Matchday Live, the buildup
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There you go, the voice of the Toon Army. Welcome to NUFC Talk Radio, Matchday Live with Toon Twins, Tim and Peter. We are live on DAB Radio, YouTube and the website, nufcradio.com. So Newcastle play Qarabag in the Champions League this evening, and we'll get our teeth into that soon. On the show, I've got Ian. How you doing, mate? You good?
Good, I'm good. I put my big jumper on because I was bloody freezing, and I'm so wide I don't even fit into the screen at the minute. Never mind.
Yeah, we were saying
I
before
wasn't hoping to get picked up. Wasn't hoping to get picked up for any modelling contracts by doing this gig anyway. So it's all right.
There's time yet, mate. There's time yet. There'll be people watching. Don't worry about that. How you doing, Peter?
Yeah, all good. All good. Champions League week, so yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff. You doing all right?
Good. And like you say, Champions League. It's a weird kick-off time, by the way, this, isn't it? It's 6:45, people. So, yeah, a bit of a weird one. But I must say it always feels good when you say Newcastle playing the Champions League tonight. So I won't ever get tired of saying that, that's for sure. Before we talk about the game itself, everyone out there, just make sure you can subscribe to the channel. It's totally free. Hit the like button as well. And also get involved. We want to hear your thoughts. Give a super chat to guarantee your comment being read out. And don't forget to become a member as well by joining NT TV Plus for $4.99, which includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. And supporting the channel really does help us to deliver daily Newcastle United content. That's what we all want. And if you are listening on radio, once again, we are also live on YouTube, where you'll see plenty of opinions coming in. Right, so like I say, Qarabag this evening. I'll get straight into it. So for this one, Ian, first of all, how are you feeling about the game itself? But also, have you actually seen Qarabag play any time this season?
I'm feeling good. I'm really buzzed up actually because I was one of the few on that midweek last week saying after the big chat that we were going to win at Tottenham, and then I fancied us at Villa. I even gave 3-1 as the score. Got the scorers wrong. Never mind. So I'm really looking forward to this. I think Qarabag are a very good team actually. It's not just a gimme in between Villa and City away at all. It is a first because it's our very, very first knockout game in the Champions League ever, although it's not quite in the knockout part of the competition, but it's a knockout today. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased that there seems to be a little shot in the arm with Joe Linton coming back into the squad. Might have a little bit chance of rotation there. I don't know whether Wissa will be around. Rumours going from him having had a knock to being too fat as to why he wasn't in the squad at Villa. But what a performance against Villa! You know, we beat 11 Villa players and the referee that day.
Oh, my word.
So I'm hoping it's just continue more of the same.
Yeah.
See that sort of aggressive, progressive football and takes them back.
Definitely. And I've got a lot to say. Well, I want to say a few things about the response that we've had, like you've mentioned there against Spurs and Villa. Before I do, let's just move on a little bit here. So obviously we've got Peter on the show as well. How are you feeling about the game, Peter? We've got somebody else on the way potentially as well. Yeah, so there we go. We've got Southampton's famous son and Newcastle's most famous Southampton supporter, Newcastle supporter.
There you go.
DXK on the show. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, thank you. Having a good day. It's a bit rainy outside, but looking forward to the match.
Good stuff. Yeah, good to have you on board. We're going around the houses, so we'll talk about the game, but I'm going to come to Peter. I was asking you there, Peter, how are you feeling about this one?
It's exciting because I'll be honest, I haven't really seen Qarabag, but I've seen glimpses of them here and there. at the end of the day, they're not going to be the no mugs because I think obviously in the Champions League, if you're a Champions League team, you've obviously got something about you. So it's one of those games you can go into it with that bit of excitement because I'm not sure what I'm going to get from them from Qarabag. I don't know much about their players. What I do know is that their manager has managed that club since 2008, and I had to read that a few times to actually make sure I was reading that right.
2008.
Yeah, 2008.
Wow. Okay.
So that's a bit of a crazy stat for you. So he must be doing something right. He's been there that long. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. Like Ian says, knockouts. It's not technically not the knockout stage, but it's a knockout game. It's kind of a playoff game, isn't it? So
Yeah.
yeah, I think fingers crossed we can kind of take an advantage back to St James's.
Aye. Aye. Before I come on to you, DX, just go through some of the comments there. So good to have you on board there. Dom Vasey, hello lads. And so Mini Mage says kickoff time is 5:45, not 6:45. Yeah, that's right. I didn't realize I said 6:45. So yeah, definitely 5:45 kickoff. Like I say, it's a weird one. And your odd trolls, good to have you on board. And he goes on to say that Qarabag beat Stuttgart, so they are no mugs. So yeah, how are you feeling about this, DX?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite positive about it. I'm a bit like you, that I'm probably a bit in the dark about them. I haven't seen too much of them playing. I've seen their results, and they drew with Chelsea, didn't they, 2-2? So they're obviously no mugs. I know Liverpool beat them 6-0, but it wasn't a dead rubber because they needed something to be sure of getting into the next phase, into the knockout phase. But yeah, I'm excited about it, and I'm kind of trepidatious, I guess, a little bit. I'm aware of the fact that it looks like a banana skinny type game to me. Let's not underestimate them and think they're going to just roll over and be beaten 5-0 or something, because I think if we get out of tonight with a draw, I actually think that's a pretty good result.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, back in the day as well, if you got an away goal, then that would be a big thing, wouldn't it? But that's not the case now, is it?
Yeah.
Away goals don't count. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think a draw, get the batter St James's, it would have to be a bit of a collapse not to beat them there. I mean, again, like you have all said, I'm saying that having not seen much of them at all. So,
What I will
maybe
say
that's
is that they beat Benfica earlier this campaign 3-2, and that made Benfica sack their manager Bruno Lage, I think it was, and then they brought in Jose. So it was off the back of that match with Qarabag where they made that change. So yeah, like we've said, they're no mugs, are there? I mean, Benfica are a decent side, and like you said, DX Chelsea 2-2, the drew with Chelsea. That was on in the background. Remember when we were in town for the Bilbao game with all the Bilbao fans, and that was on the TV screen behind us. I remember the fans all cheering. And I looked around, it was because Qarabag had scored against Chelsea. So, but yeah, I can't sit here and claim to have watched them play loads. I don't really know that much about them, to be honest. So, but you like I say, that there must be a half decent outfit.
Yeah, they're all full-time players, aren't they? It's not like we're playing candlestick makers or anything. We're playing like a proper team of professional footballers, aren't we? So, so it's not going to be one of those games that you used to get in Europe where it was like, oh yeah, he works in the butchers and then has a kickabout in the evening kind of thing.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Good team.
Yeah, like
Good
like
team. I
you
don't know
said,
if you
they're for a
saw.
reason.
You've said 2-2 against Chelsea, beat Benfica at home in the Champions League, capitulate to Liverpool at Anfield. I could be talking about Newcastle there as well. I think it'll be close. And I
Yeah,
know in his pre-match conference, Howe was talking about how fluid and dangerous and fast the front four are. Not necessarily the type of forward line that our back line is most comfortable with. So I think they're really dangerous. And as I say, I agree with you. If we can, I'd like to win. But I mean, if I can't win, I'd love to take a draw.
yeah,
I think we should have too much for them at St James's.
yeah,
But yeah, it's a Champions League playoff game. Everybody who's got there has got there on merit.
yeah,
So we cannot be assuming this is going to be a gimme. It isn't. But that said, I think the way Newcastle's attitude on the pitch and the team spirit that seems to be shining through has developed in the last week or two gives me great confidence that we might just blow them away.
Well,
Well, I want to come on to that.
we're meeting them in a good sort of vein of form, aren't we, at the moment? So we've kind of got a chance to keep that going, that rhythm. And the good thing is, I didn't mean to cut you off, Tim, but I was going to say the good thing is we've got several players who are just seem to now be hitting the ground a bit. Like hopefully Tonali's turned the corner, and then you've got Alanga and Ramsey and one or two others who just, their performances have come up a bit. And hopefully that stands us in good stead for this final, what would you say, third of the season, roughly, and we can put in a good finish to the season. And you never know, anything's possible. FA Cup, Champions League, the league, we could turn that around a bit. So yeah, it's kind of exciting now going into this another ridiculous run of fixtures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was before the Aston Villa game, I was looking at this one and I was saying that we should be prioritising this one and playing as full of strength as we can for this and rest who would need to rest against Villa, because we don't want to underestimate Qarabag. And it's obviously, it is important, certainly financially as well, to get through this round.
Yeah.
But you look at the Villa game, and I'm coming on to what Ian's mentioned there in terms of the response that we've seen, and obviously going back to the Spurs game as well. For me, like, it has been really impressive how we've responded to the Brentford game and the kind of what was building up before that as well, where there was a lot of pressure, a lot of noise, and a lot of underperforming players, and a lot of question marks. I've sat here and I've said I've doubted players, I've doubted Eddie Howe in terms of some of the things he's been doing, and you see the response, and you see Kieran Trippier, coming out and kind of cementing that response in his words as well after the game. And I've took stock, and it does make me really kind of grateful. Despite, obviously, you've got the Mackham game this season, you've had other games as well where you're like a bit unsure as to what on earth is going on. But despite that, I think I'm kind of grateful that we clearly do have some really solid pros, a lot of solid pros in that squad, along with a manager who, whatever you think or whatever gripes you have, is completely quietly determines, humble. He wants to learn, he wants to get it right. And we spoke about his reaction against Brentford and how, he was, you could say, a bit shocked, wasn't he? He was saying a lot of things in terms of, well, I'm out of the right man sort of thing. But I think that's a good thing because he's genuine. He's not going to come out with silly sound bites just for the sake of it. And I think he genuinely went away and took stock himself. And he's came back. And the players have really responded and said, no, we've got our gaffers back here because he's done a lot for us. We need to show that we've got his back. And they've done that. So in a world where, like I've mentioned, you've got ex-managers going on podcasts and slagging off the club that they were at, not taking responsibility for anything that they may or may not have done. And in a world where you've got a circus going on with other managers, to me, it kind of puts things into perspective as to you've sometimes got to pick your poison because you're always going to have gripes with a manager. And it's about, like I say, picking that poison. And I think, yeah, I'm just very happy with how we've came back recently and how Eddie Howe has came back recently. It gives me a lot of hope. And it's a kind of bring on the rest of the season. There'll be bumps, no doubt, but yeah, bring it on, really. So what have you made, DX, about the response that you've seen since Brentford?
I think it was do or die time, really, because that felt like a really important. That Brentford game felt like a watershed moment. I'm trying to remember what the game was a couple of seasons earlier, or was it the season before? Anyway, it might have been Brentford as well, actually. There was a game where we lost. Yeah, it was Brentford, 4-2. So Brentford seems to have an impact on our season quite a lot. But yeah, that game felt really pivotal in, wow, okay, this is going to go one way or another quite quickly. And they really dusted themselves off for the Tottenham game with that. It felt like, again, we should have been 3-0 up at half-time. And then not to think, they've equalised, and you think this could go horribly wrong now, we lose 2-1 or something. But they came through that and won it. Jacob Ramsey getting his first goal, so that was great. And then the Villa game totally shocked me. Actually, I think it was an unusual match. Like even when the first half, okay, we didn't dominate or anything, but they didn't dominate either. Their goal was an offside goal. We know all about the refereeing and everything, but it was we actually, in a way that when we had Man United pinned back and we lost 1-0 at Old Trafford, we kind of had Villa pinned back, but there was a little bit of a counter punch to finish the job and get the goals. You know, against Man United, it was all this long shots and just a total mess. Really, this felt like they'd found their teeth a little bit, and I think Jacob Ramsey was at the heart of that. I know Toon Army scored 2 wonderful goals, but it just looked like a team that was really determined. Like, okay, this is it. We've got to show it now. We've got to show we've got some balls and step up and perform. And I think those two, I didn't expect. I thought we got a chance of going to Tottenham and winning, but I felt like we might draw that one, and I thought Villa would win quite comfortably. But now, yeah, it could be a turning point. I think that this is the games don't get that much easier though, do they? I've looked at the fixtures going forward, and they're still relentless. And the Man City FA Cup tie makes it harder, but yeah, it gives me a bit of hope. I think it was. And the good thing is, I think in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we've seen Alanga, Ramsey, Walter Mada, and Tonali score goals, and they were 4 of the players, and Willock as well. They were players who all needed a goal desperately, really, to get them a bit of confidence. So now it's just Visser, who I know Ian was saying he's overweight and things like that. So I hadn't heard that, but don't know if that was a joke.
I heard that from Chris. That from Chris.
But he looks a bit slow. I thought he was going to be lightning quick, like, oh yeah, Andy Cole pace type thing. And he's not quite as he's disappointing. But yeah, so we need Visser and who's the other player we need to go? Anyway, there's one other player in my head that I was like, oh, if he could get a goal, that'd be good. But yeah, so they're all slowly kind of starting to get that albatross off their back. And yeah, I'm hopeful now for the rest of the season that we can. Just got to keep the standards up there. I think sometimes when they get too comfortable, they get complacent, and then it drops again. And it's like, oh my god! It's when the backs are to the wall and you're almost dead that they show a bit of fight. And I think it's got to be earlier than that this time. So don't let it get to that point. Just do it.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
I think it's good that there's such a challenging run of fixtures. There's not one that anyone can think, oh, we can ease off here. We can take this one easy. And that's what they need. I think you're right. There's a danger that they take the foot off the gas when they're so flat out on these tough games. But we don't want that. Last year we qualified for the Champions League. We've got a squad. Fair enough. We lost Isak, but we've put 6 different players in that squad, so we must have a stronger squad than last year. But they haven't demonstrated that quite yet. Although I think with these games coming up and the rotation, we can rotate now without damaging the overall quality of the team. I think that's going to get better. Joe Linton's back for this one. Whether he plays or not, I don't know yet. But Tino Livramento is meant to be back at the start of March. Lewis Miley will be back before that. So we have got a squad big enough to rotate sufficiently to be able to take these games on. And I think the rotation for this game and the City game started at Tottenham. That's why Lewis Hall sat that one out. You never think we're playing away at Tottenham. We need Trippier and Burn at fullback. I mean, that was a calculated risk, I think, so Lewis Hall could have a full week off because he knew he wanted him flat out for these next 3 games. I don't know. I think it's good management. But, I was never even really sitting on the fence about Eddie Howe being chucked out. I think he'll go when he knows it's the right time to go. And at the minute, he seems to be galvanising Newcastle into getting a second wind in this season, and we've got a hell of a lot still to play for if he can do it.
Yeah, definitely. Peter?
I agree. I mean, that spirit that you see in the team, in the squad, it's been tested this season, I think. And we've all questioned, I've certainly questioned at times, can he get them going again? Can he motivate them like he used to in certain moments this season when we've had these bumps in the road? But no, I totally agree about what you've all said about Eddie Howe kind of getting them up for it again and turning that corner. I mean, obviously, I know it's 2 games that we've won, but like you said, the exit was a massive. That Brentford game was bleak, and it did look like a potential turning point in the wrong direction if we hadn't have bounced back from that. So that took a bit of guts, I think, to kind of turn the corner. I think in the modern game, like you've alluded to, Timmy, I think you do get a lot of prima donnas at a lot of clubs. Eddie Howe, I think, with the team spirit that he has fostered at this club, wants that to kind of serve as the bedrock of any success, and then you build from that. You build the quality, tactics, and all that stuff on top. But the foundation is that togetherness. So I think he's been able to fall back on that, which is brilliant, because, like you've said to me, you don't get that at a lot of clubs. You do get, like I say, a lot of prima donnas and a lot of managers who are kind of out there for themselves a little bit. So yeah, I'm loving the fact that we've won the last two. I think it was class to see the players like fighting for the badge, for the manager, and for the fans. So yeah, I hope it can serve as a kind of jumping off point now for a successful season. But we'll see. I mean, just on Trippier as well. I mean, shout out to Trippier, because the last two build-ups that I've done, I've sat here and I've said, God, when Trips needs a rest, and then he's went out there the last two games and he's just had a new lease of life. I mean, I know it can't last forever. Obviously, he is getting on a bit, and at some point he'll need a rest. But he was excellent against obviously Tottenham, but then also the Villa match. So, and he'll be playing again tonight because Eddie Howe has confirmed that. So,
all right, okay.
Yeah, he's in obviously Bruno's absence. He's the captain as well. So it's great to have a vice captain like that to come in, step in, and kind of take the baton. So, yeah, no, I echo what you have all said. I think, like I say, fingers crossed, we've kind of turned the corner now.
Aye, definitely. On the note of Champions League and the current format, just going back in the past, when Newcastle were in the Champions League under Dalglish, you had the group stages. And I don't know if it was one group stage or two, but then you fast forward on the Robson. It was two, was it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, because I know for a fact that obviously it was two under Robson, and I've got vivid memories of that campaign. And then you fast forward again to the third campaign under Howe, the first one under Howe, and that was the group stages, but one group stage. And now this one is a totally different format. What do you think of the current format, and what format do you prefer? What do you think, Ian?
I was skeptical when they changed it. I thought they're getting a few more games in, everyone will get a bit more money. But I sit and watch the Champions League every Tuesday and Wednesday, because every week there's a fantastic game to tune in for. And to be fair, it's quite exciting that everybody is in that one league table. I know you have to be truly awful not to be in the top 24 to get at least a playoff match, but I just thought there was something hanging on every game. We didn't have a dead game, did we? Even when we were playing away at PSG, it still meant something. We still had something to play for in the eighth game of that. And St. James is sold out for all four of the home games, which I suppose they would do that anyway. But I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. I like this extra playoff game, not necessarily in Azerbaijan, but that's another Champions League match we can get to go and see. And then we'll get into the knockout proper. I think it's odd. Once these are over, they're going to do the draw, and you'll be able to plot your route all the way through to the final, I think, which is strange. But I guess you need to know that, because you need to be doing your advanced planning about hotels and training facilities and all sorts of things, don't you? So I'm bought in totally to the Champions League, partly because Newcastle are taking part in it regularly now, but also because I think it's a really good competition from the start. How many of those fifth and sixth games in the league stages in the old format were complete waste of time watching because there was nothing riding on it really? I just think they've done that actually worked. It's a from me.
it's cut that out, hasn't it? It's cut out that, like you say, those kind of dead fixtures. When you think about it, that you would get to a point where sometimes you would have games on TV where both teams, it was like a pointless exercise for both clubs, wasn't it? So I guess that's a good point. It does cut that out with this new format. You don't really get that. It's impossible to have that now, isn't it?
I think that even I know people are saying, "Oh, it's ridiculous. It's so easy to get through because you've got to be in the top 24." But it's precisely because there's still something to play for if you're in 26th or 27th position in that league table with 2 games to go. There's still something to play for to get into the above the top 24 to get a qualifier and stay in the competition. It just eradicates um, meaningless matches. You're gonna have to have the team that's in 32nd play the team that's in 34th, where they genuinely can't get up to it, for there to be something where there's nothing riding on it. But I would say for those 2 teams, that'd be their chance of a first win in the Champions League. So the supporters of those 2 teams would still be interested in it. I think it's really clever. And as I say, I never used to watch it. I never used to be bothered when Newcastle weren't taking part in it. I never used to be bothered about the Champions League. But I wouldn't miss it now. I'm tuned in 2 nights a week to see what's going on. I'm pleased we're kicking off early because I can then go back and watch something else on the qualifying games.
Yeah. What do you think, DX?
The change in format is entirely responsible for my change in attitude towards it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Ian, actually. I think that it's sort of refreshed the competition a bit, hasn't it? It's kind of made it a bit more. Although people, again, the first part of the competition, the top 12 go through, don't they? And then, so I think it's kind of an interesting balance because you see some really big teams now that don't make that top automatic qualification, like PSG were playing yesterday, weren't they? Real Madrid. So you see these teams that are massive teams, in Newcastle, of course, and we don't quite make that top selection of size. So it does definitely. And I was very skeptical because I thought 8 games, come on, it's going to all be decided after 5 or 6 and all this kind of thing. But actually, it may have weakened the competition as a whole in the early stages because you do get some teams now. There's so many in it that there are some pretty poor sides in there. I mean, no offense to Union, SG, and teams like that, but those are teams you would expect to beat really. But I think it does make the games almost there's a lot riding on all the games and almost the games anyway. So I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed I think it's given us more of a chance as well because last time we had that awful group, AC Milan and PSG and who was the other team? Dortmund. So to get a group like that, you think, Jesus, forget about it, because we would still be one of the lowest ranked sides because our time in Europe has been very limited in the last sort of 10 years or whatever they base it on. So it's given us more of a chance because you get a mix. You get the Barcelona and the PSG away and this and that. And then you get a few games that are, okay, we should win that. We should be favourites for that one. And I've enjoyed it. I've actually enjoyed the campaign, but I'll enjoy it more if we can get, obviously, through this bit and get to that last 16 and Barcelona or Chelsea. That's then I think it really does start to ramp up and you're talking about now getting to the real quality, the business end of it. So I've enjoyed it too. I think it's been it needed to evolve because it got a bit stale and we're talking about this Super League thing. So obviously had to counteract that. And also it means a little bit more money for us, I guess, if you're talking about from a purely business cutthroat point of view.
Yeah. What do you think, Peter?
I mean, there'd be games on TV in the previous format where, like Ian said, you'd sit down to watch, and especially if you're a Newcastle fan, you're in the competition yourself. If it was a group stage match where everyone's in their own kind of separate group, you would get games where it obviously has nothing to do with your team. So whatever the result is, it's not going to affect your club. So I get what Ian was saying because that sometimes would put me off. I'd be thinking, well, yeah, you might still watch it, but there's no kind of consequence or no jeopardy to it was minimized to like 3 teams basically in each group, or 4 teams. But whereas now every result can affect almost nearly like every team, almost anyway. There's a lot more teams now. When you sit down and watch the Champions League in that first phase with the results, everyone can kind of jump ahead of everyone else. So it's kind of more it's more kind of it includes more inclusive in that way. So there's more jeopardy for more teams, I guess. So yeah, I think it probably is a better format. Yeah. And
Interesting.
cheers,
Well, Wazza says there, yeah, cheers, mate. This new format is great. Hopefully we win well tonight. Yeah, fingers crossed, mate. So I think a lot of people are in favour of it. I think more people are in favour of this new format than not. Only thing I'd say maybe is that with this format, you have a lot of the big teams playing each other from the beginning. And with the old format, there was more of a sense of anticipation, I would say, before these games came along. And so you get to the knockout rounds, and it's a case of who's going to draw who. And then, you know what I mean? 2 of the big sides are drawn against each other, inevitably. And it's a mouthwatering tie. And it's when the game comes around, it's more like, okay, this is going to be fascinating to see how these 2 sides, play each other. Whereas maybe that kind of sense of anticipation, that sense of grandness, if you like, of these massive sides playing each other is sanitized a tad, because it is now just bam, straight away. You've got big ties left, right, and centre. Maybe there's that. I'm not 100% on.
I guess we'll see, won't we? Like with this campaign, by the end of the campaign, you'll be able to judge that, won't you? When we get
You could see it last season as well, though.
I think
see it last season.
The games in the league format, they're sort of like an exhibition, aren't they? And you can flex their muscles and you can see 2 of the big teams play each other. But actually, because there's 8 games in the qualifiers and you've only got to finish in the top 24, there's no consequence on the result there. So I think you don't get cagey teams playing for draws and things. You get good matches against those 2. Whereas once it gets into quarterfinal, semi-final stage, there's so many teams that are playing to not get hammered away from home because they think they can do them at home in the second leg, that you do get some chess matches. I can appreciate a chess match now and again. I don't want every game to be like that at all. I want to see 2 teams going for it, like they will tonight, I think. But yeah, it's to me, the big games, I get what you're saying. It doesn't really devalue them, though. It's just like watching an exhibition match. And who can't enjoy the fact that Liverpool can win and be top of that league, and then meet PSG in the round of 16 because they've qualified and get knocked out by them? That was hilarious.
Go on, Peter.
No, I was just going to say, like, I think what you're referring to, Timmy, is like the psychological element, aren't you? Where teams, it's like you say, the anticipation, where psychologically it's different. 2 big clubs playing each other for the first time in that competition, in that season, in a quarters or semi-final, has a different dynamic to if they've already played each other. Maybe it doesn't. But I think that's what you were getting at, weren't you?
Yeah, exactly. And those sides haven't had a, like you say, Ian, a kind of exhibition match to feel each other out beforehand. It's like, no, you've got no practice games here. This is the big stage, and you're either ready or you're not. So I kind of like that. And to be honest, I like both. Do you know what I mean? I can see both the positives of both setups. Do you know what I mean? So I'm in the middle, really. I think one thing I would mention, which goes back longer, is the away goals. I think I'll probably bring that back. I think that was a good thing, have the away goals rule. So regardless of the full format, I would have that in.
It definitely added more drama.
It did. It different dynamic, and it was just like so precious when you scored that goal away from home. I just want to go through some comments here. So we've got Scott Edwards saying, I remember when we had to qualify through 2 groups. That was a challenge, especially with the teams we got drawn against. Exactly, mate. And
Yeah.
to be honest, it's something that a lot of people in the media overlook. And you said, Ian, about the first time we've been in the knockout stages, but like Scott says, that's only because the previous formats were two groups. Otherwise, we would have been in the knockout stages when we beat Feyenoord that time under Robson. So we have made progress in the Champions League in the past. It's just a bit deceiving when you look at the technicalities.
And we had that awful second group, didn't we, that time? We got Inter Milan, who were brilliant at the time, and we got Barcelona. And Leverkusen were a bit of a weak link. But yeah, the other two were fantastic. And we did all right. We actually nearly got through.
Exactly.
Bellamy let us down by getting sent off against Inter Milan.
Yeah, and Shearer got a retrospective red card, so that we didn't have either of them, did we, for the first Leverkusen game? But that kind of set us back a bit, didn't it? Yeah, but no, it's definitely. I think that felt really convoluted. You had to go through a group and to get into another group, and then a bit long-winded, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the Inter Milan game was one of the more famous games, wasn't it? With Shearer scoring at the end, where it was, I've forgotten who was the commentator. It wasn't Tilsley, it was either one. I've forgotten his name. Drury, Peter Drury. He's like, it might as well be the Gallagher end.
Yeah.
When you've got UEFA and just like, loving it when Shearer tapped that in. But that was a great game. So yeah, we've had like that sort of pedigree before that. I think some people overlook and just think that we've been Whitton boys, or not Whitton boys, but you know what I mean, kind of being there just to take part type thing, when that hasn't been the case at all in the past. But hopefully we get through this one tonight, and we are in the actual knockout rounds. We've got Gavin Fuller there saying that this format stops them from stitching us up with the group of death. Yep, obviously that certainly was last time. And Gavin also goes on to say it doesn't get exciting until the knockout rounds. I can see both ends. Wazza says, hi Bucky, I'm struggling to be honest, can't do simple things. Hopefully he comes back. Thanks for asking. So hope you get well, Wazza. Obviously, feeling a bit unwell there. So all the best to you, mate. So in terms of the team tonight, what would you have in mind? And obviously we'll play Man City, don't we, at the weekend. What sort of team would you have in mind, Ian?
I think Joe Linton's
on the
got to
spot.
get a run out so he could start against Man City. Whether he starts and comes off, maybe he'll start Joe Linton. I don't know. I'm not sure Asula will play up front, although I really like the fact that Valdemar could play 10 yards behind him, or 25 yards behind him to start with. I thought Valdemar was fabulous as a number 10 if you can get him there. I think Gordon will come back in. Murphy will hopefully be nursing his poorly shin. Nowhere near a black and white shirt tonight. It was awful. So the back four will pick itself. Don't think we've got anybody else that can come in for that.
What about Dan Burn left back, Ian? Just to cut you off there. What about Dan Burn left back to save Lewis Hall for Man City?
Do you think he needs it? He missed the Tottenham game. All he did was play against Villa. He's played one match.
But then that'll be three in a row.
Maybe they could do that. But maybe we play him, and after an hour where 2 goals up, then Hall can come off for a rest. Bring young Murphy on. He did actually get on against Villa, didn't he? So if Howe will let him have a kick about, there's ways of rotating it without putting Dan Burn in at fullback. But I don't know. Is Botman fit? Do we know if Sven's fit or not?
From what I could gather, I think it was more of a precaution or a rest, if you like. So again, I don't know for certain, but I think he will be fit for tonight.
Right. Well, maybe it's Malik Chow that should have a rest then. To be honest, he's played about 35 games on the trot, hasn't he? So there'll be a little bit of rotation, but I think he'll take it as this game in isolation, and whatever he's decided he wants to do, if it's to win, then he'll pick his most attacking team that he can do, and he'll go for it. To be honest, that's the way to go for it. I don't think we're a team that can take a lead and like Arsenal do, and then hold them off for an hour to go home with a 1-0 win. I don't want to see us trying to do that.
No, I
But I
agree.
think Gordon got a rest because he wants him in the Champions League starting lineup. Same
Okay.
with Alanga as well, because Alanga's best games
Yeah, I'll come on to
obviously very
Alanga,
recently
but
have been Champions Leagues.
yeah.
I don't know if I mean, I'm not sure about Wissa. He'd had a knock. I'll take it at face value. It's a knock. It's just that Chris had said when he was talking to the journalist he sat and talked to, who's got the inside information, that apparently Wissa was too heavy.
He went on a
Weight on him,
program,
and that
Ian.
was
I
why
think
they.
he was put on a fitness program apparently. But just to go back to Botman, to Corner Phrase says Botman is out. Thanks for that, mate. And Betty Boy says he didn't travel. He's got a back injury. So
Okay.
uh,
That answers one question.
is that up? Yeah,
So it's
and I
Chow
agree
and
though.
Byrne at centre half.
It is, isn't it? I mean, the ideal thing though
Well,
is that Malik Chow does get a rest at some point, isn't it? You know, but obviously that's probably not going to happen with Botman being injured.
no.
Yeah. What do you think, DX?
Well, let's start the easier bit. Maybe the wings is probably for me the easier bit where I would just start Alanga, and I would probably start with Gordon playing a role up there, Alanga and Barnes, but I'm not sure how you rotate those three. Maybe Gordon could play behind Voltemade, and they could rotate as a two. Like you could have a number 10 striker, and they could both keep interchanging, something like that. That for me would be the best option for the four, because I don't think Asula. I just don't think he's a great technical footballer. I think he's very willing. He tries his hardest. He runs around. He bounds about the pitch, but he's like it's just it's like someone, I don't know how would you just describe him. He's a bit feral. Can I use that word? Like he just goes around. He's a bit sort of wild.
Yeah.
There's nothing really controlled about his movements. So yeah, I'm not. I think he's more of a super sub for me. And then the midfield, I don't think they'll risk Joe Linton. So I think Tonali, of course, Ramsey, and that would be enough because you're going to play the 10 there. So okay, yeah, Tonali and Ramsey, and then I'd have Willock because apparently we only have 17 fit senior players, including 3 goalkeepers, what Connor's saying. So you have to have something on the bench, right? So Willock's probably Willock and Asula, 2 of the impact subs. The back 4 kind of picks itself for me, although I'd love to see Alex Murphy or Shahar get a game at some point. I think Ramsdale in goal, but I think I'd rather we go for this one and try and, because I look at it, if we win this, it's a long shot, but we did it to Union SG. If we went here and won 3-0, 4-0, now that's pushing the boat out a bit. But if we did that, then the second leg we could rest some players and we could go, okay, Shahar, you can start. It makes it easier rather than go here, we'll put Murphy at left back and Shahar, and then we end up drawing or losing 2-1, and then we're chasing the second game. We have to put out the best team again for that one. So I think I'd rather we really try and win this one. Don't be cavalier in a way that's stupid, but just go for it. Be positive, like we have been in the last 2 away games, and hopefully we can find a way through. But that's how I'd line up anyway. I'd have that front 4. That's the key. I think the pace and Voltemade, like Ian said, if he can, I feel like if you could rotate him with Gordon as the front 2, it might just be interesting, bring another dimension to what we do.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that against Spurs, didn't we? Not with Voltemade, but with Gordon being up there. And I must say, obviously, I didn't like the idea, but he surprised us, and he has played better there recently because he did that against Liverpool as well. And he played better in that one and obviously scored. So, yeah, I think it has, I said last time, threw a bit of a spanner in the works in regards to what we do up front, because it's definitely a legitimate option in regards to the shape of the team and having those patterns of play and having the press that we'll want to see. I mean, just with Ramsey, for example, in terms of like rotation and who do we pick midfield, I love what he's doing. I love how he's now shown what he's got, Ramsey. My thought is, again, maybe I'm being I'm thinking too far ahead, but you've got the Man City game at the weekends. Do you maybe put in Willock for Ramsey for this one and then bring Ramsey back in for Man City? What do you think, Peter? What would you do?
I'd be tempted to do that. Yeah. I think, and Willock also, I think, can do a really good job. He's also stepped up, I feel, the last sort of few weeks. And I think he provides that pace from the middle that we do sometimes lack. If we don't have a Willock in there, then I think at times this season we've suffered from that lack of pace. But yeah, I mean Ramsey totally. I mean he is stepping up. Him and Tonali. So yeah, Ramsey. We've said we've wanted to see more of him this season, and I think he's shown that he is a quality player. So I mean Eddie Howe has said he wants to go full strength tonight. So I mean whether he's trying to call Pep's bluff a bit, I'm not sure, but he did say he got asked the question about thinking ahead to Man City, and he basically said he ain't thinking about City. He's just thinking purely about tonight. He's going to go full strength. This is the match that matters in the here and now, and he says we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with Man City later on. So again, he might be. I'm sure, obviously, he will look. He'll have one eye on City, to a certain extent, but no, I don't think he'll be thinking too much about it. But I don't think he'll be thinking, okay, I must rotate this player and that player, unless he really has to, if he feels like they've got a knock, maybe. But yeah, I think Elanga will be back, so I think that'll be good. He came on against Villa, he done well. He done well against Tottenham. Mind you, on Jacob Murphy, right? I mean, obviously, terrible tackle by Digne, the left back at Villa, but does that not pose the question of why don't these players wear actual proper shin pads these days? Because surely a shin pad might have prevented that injury. Because it looked like right on the shin, unless I'm wrong on that. But
did he have a shin pad on and he pulled it forward to show the mark?
But
but you mean it's a small? It's not like the old shin pads.
Yeah, I don't class them as shin pads, DX, because they're like the size of a bloody iPod. So yeah, maybe he will say, oh yeah, it was there. It was supposed to do the job. But yeah, I just think bring back the old style.
You can probably run a bit more freely, can't you, with the new ones? But still, it's like a dangerous game. If you get someone like Grealish, does Grealish even wear shin pads? He's always got his socks down, hasn't he, and stuff to show his calves off, I think. But yeah, I don't know. It's a bit. You're probably right. There should be stiffer regulations on that. But is he definitely out then, Jacob? We're not sure, are we, at the moment? He might.
I'm not sure, but I do think he will. I feel even if he was fit, Elanga back in. I think that's one move where he's got two wingers there that I think he feels he can hang his hat on now. Elanga and Murphy. I know Murphy's been a bit, this season he's not hit the heights that he did last season. But I think when you got these 2 games in a week kind of schedule, I think right-hand side we're pretty well covered. Obviously, I know Barnes can play there as well, but Elanga's getting into his groove now, so I think that bodes well for the schedule.
I think he's been one of our best players, really, the last half dozen games.
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody praising Elanga for that 3rd goal against Villa, because he picked the ball up in the breakdown of a Villa attack in the right back position almost, and carried it right the way through to the edge of their box and set Barnes away. Fantastic run. That's what we want him to do.
Yeah.
And I hadn't heard anybody mention that. They talked about the pressing and and Willett getting his foot in, and Voltemade being ready to turn and score, which was great. But it was a great run by Elanga. It played Barnes in, who then promptly got tackled. Fortunately, turned out all right for us because they managed to press the ball back again. But yeah, I'd love to see Elanga have a proper run, and he has played really well in some of these Champions League games.
Yeah, the last one.
Get back to that debate. See, where in the Premier League, even Villa tried it. They play a low block because I think Newcastle can't get through Newcastle can't get through a low block. Whereas in the Champions League, even the little teams are thinking we're going to have a go here because we're champions of our country, and it gives us more room to do the transition and the running and everything. So I think that's why Elanga's thrived, and if he's in a bit more form, he'll thrive even more, won't he? I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight. Quite excited about it tonight, actually. After those last 2 games, I'm really looking forward to watch Newcastle play. Quite looking forward to see how they do against City on Saturday, to be honest.
Isn't it quite interesting that... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's all right,
I was going to say that Gordon and Barnes they're quite near to the top scorers, aren't they, in the Champions League? And they've got these extra 2 games. Could we?
Yeah.
Have we ever had a Champions League Golden Boot winner? That would be something, wouldn't it?
They can try. They can try. Whether we'll get it in the end.
Anthony Gordon would be that would be such a slap.
That'd be weird
for
that to happen. For that to happen, DX, my secret plan has to take effect, which is Newcastle can meet Chelsea in the next round, and then Arsenal, and then Liverpool, and then Tottenham in the final, and we just effectively have another Carabao Cup final, another Carabao Cup run through to the Champions League final without playing any of those foreigners. Because the way it's set up, I think it can be, if we get Chelsea and get past that, there's a chance that it's either Tottenham or Liverpool in the round after that, which would be all right. The devil will know.
Part of me, I agree. Part of me, though, I think would want Barcelona. You know, I know it's the glamour tie, and it's obviously the harder tie, but I don't know. I think I fancy getting one over Barca.
They're not a great Barcelona team, are they? This isn't like the one with Figo and Zidane and
that's the thing, right? I mean, they conceded 4, didn't they, in the league against?
That was Real Madrid players I was listing there. My bad. Figo's Barcelona.
Well, he played for Barca for one time.
We've got to pay him back for that loss in the first game.
Exactly,
because there was an air shot from Gordon, and I think it was a Langan missed the other one. It could have been 2 up at half time. Should have been 2 up at half time.
Yeah, I do think
so. It'd be good.
Yeah, I think Newcastle. I've said on a previous show, I do think Newcastle are the worst kind of underdog for any of these other kind of glamour clubs, if you like, the likes of Barca and whoever else. I don't think they would like to face Newcastle because the pressure was all on them, and I think our players tend to rise to the occasion in these kind of games. I know I'm looking ahead a bit because we need to beat Qarabag first, but just looking ahead, I think I'd be excited to get Barca again.
Yeah, and we're a bit like Aston Villa were last season, I suppose, because they were beaten. They got to the quarterfinals, didn't they? And it was like the team, they almost beat PSG in the quarters. So they're not really looking at it going, oh, good, we've got Newcastle over 2 legs now. We're kind of like that underdog, like you say, that's you want to avoid, I suppose.
Totally.
But yeah, I agree. And but at the same time, like we were speaking about it, weren't we, Peter? And we were saying, who would you prefer, Chelsea or Barcelona? And I was saying kind of what Ian's saying, in that ultimately I think Chelsea, they're both quality sides, but Chelsea may well be the quote easier game and give us a better chance. Like you say, it's a devil, and you've seen how good Barcelona were once they actually went ahead against us. But I get what you're saying, DX. I mean, I haven't seen loads of them this season, but maybe they're not the best ever Barcelona team, and defensively they're potentially suspect. Just to bring it back to Elanga, I've said for a while that I think a lot of it with Elanga is in his head, and I think now he's in a better place, it seems, mentally, where he's more comfortable taking on his man. He's more comfortable trying to make things happen. And we're seeing against Spurs and against Villa when he came on that he was able to create something out of nothing, and also carry the ball up the pitch, like you say, Ian, for that goal. And I think one of the criticisms with Elanga, and one of the kind of skeptical views, if you like, was he's only good on the counter, where he's got green grass ahead of him to run into, and that's when he'll do his damage. But against Spurs, when we really took control from the kickoff, he was getting the ball, and he was facing up Spurs and facing up their fullback, who were having to sit deep because we were the better team, and we were kind of getting them to camp in a little bit. He was then able to manoeuvre the ball and manoeuvre into space and get past his man or create the cross, and his touch wasn't, getting away from him. So he's definitely in a better place now, and I agree. If he can, I mean, it's still not perfect, still maybe some mistakes here and there, but I think if we can just continue that rhythm, continue that confidence in this game, and then certainly Man City away, that game should be tailor-made for him. If you can play that as well. So yeah, I'm really pleased that he's got that level where he can show at least some of his ability now going forwards.
The other thing with
And
Elanga, which I
go on,
was
Ian.
really impressed with, by the way, particularly
Yeah,
against Tottenham, he's so fast that he can get back and help Kieran Trippier out. He
yeah,
did so many good defensive things.
You're right.
Faster than Murphy. Murphy wastes a lot of what he can do on the pitch because he's got to go back and help Trippier out. But Elanga's so quick; he can be doing all the stuff at the top end of the pitch and then get back to help him out. Like I said, he was back in the right back position, defending against Villa when the ball ran to him and he carried it forward for the third goal against Villa. So yeah, we're very quick to slag these guys off, aren't we? And he was excellent in his interview yesterday. Did you see that after Eddie in
Yeah,
his press conference?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
He said just got to adapt. You've got to adapt to a whole new way of playing, a whole new set of teammates, and that must be harder if you're having to do that on the job, as it were, without having loads of training time. So he had a full pre-season, which is what I kind of slated him for. But the more he plays with these lads, the better he's going to know them, and the better they're going to know him. So hopefully we haven't seen his ceiling. He's just starting.
yeah,
That's certainly
yeah,
what
yeah.
he thinks.
When you think about that window we had a couple of years ago when we got Tonali, Barnes, Hall, Tino, Minte. After that first season, people going, "Oh, what? That's one of the worst windows in the club's history." They've all, apart from Tino, did a little bit. The other four were right off. Barnes was injured most of the season. Tonali suspended. Hall can't get in the team, and Minte had a good loan spell. But then when you look at it now, you look at it further forward, you go, well, actually, four of them became absolute key players in the side, not just the squad, and then one of them earned us the money that kept us out of PSR trouble. So that was a fantastic window. So maybe we'll look back at this window now, hopefully. And it's not like it's the first time, is it? Gordon as well. He came in, couldn't. I know people say he hasn't changed, but he couldn't hit cows, whatever. He couldn't hit a barn door, let's say, when he first came in, and now he's kind of become, well, certainly that one season he was phenomenal, and he's hopefully starting to find that form again. So yeah, let's not judge, like Ian says, let's not judge players after a few months. Although my prediction is that four of those players in that window are going to prove to be good signings. One of them is going to go, his loan spell is going to finish, and good night, whatever, no problem. And then one of them is going to be a 55 million flop, and it's not Elanga. So that's my prediction on that window. See if it comes to fruition.
Interesting. Just to say as well, we've got 128 people watching, and the last time I checked, it was like 38 likes. So if you are watching out there, if you can give us a like, that'd be appreciated, just to support the channel and try and help us grow. Yeah, so I think with Elanga, we'll see what he does tonight. I agree with you about the looking at the future DX, where the window might well look better, or at least signings like Elanga might look better, and certainly Voltemada as well in the future compared to now. But obviously, we'll see with Voltemada against Villa, with him playing deeper. He was better. He was able to hold the ball better and link up the play better. And it was weird because he was very deep at times, wasn't he? He was like a hybrid 8/10 at times, wasn't he? And it's interesting to see Eddie Howe do that, but I was very pleased. That's another thing, actually, just want to mention that Eddie Howe went away after the Brentford game that I alluded to before and had that kind of think, if you like, about what he's going to do. And he's came back in these two games, and he's actually decided to, play Voltemada in that position. And granted, yes, it should have happened earlier in the season. I think most would say that, but at least he has done it, and we could see the benefits of that. Do you think what would you do going forward? Would you play Voltemada as a 10/8 in this sort of formation, or would you revert back to a pace like to Gordon up front and then bring back J7, Bruno, and Tonali when they're back? What would you do with Voltemada going forward, Peter?
Well, I think he's definitely better with players around him, and you don't get that when if you're the sole striker up front in that formation where there's two wide attackers and the three centre mids. yes, don't get me wrong, it might come off now and again. If the two kind of left side, right side attackers get close enough, they come inside, they link up. It's doable, but he was getting on the ball way more against Villa, wasn't he? I mean, basically, against Villa, to me, it looked like he was playing ahead of the two centre mids. So you had Tonali, Ramsey, and then Voltemeda ahead of them. And then further ahead of Voltemeda, you had Osula. So he had options in front, behind, left, right. And it was good to see because I feel like when he's kind of like the focal point, he gets ushered out towards the touchline by the centre halves and by the defenders, and it's easy for him to lose the ball in that kind of scenario, and it's easier for the opposition, I think, to kind of suffocate him. So when he's got players in front of him, I think he's effective. So I would keep him where he was against Villa. Another option I've been thinking of is you could have, if you want to go really sort of attacking, you could have like play the Keegan style formation in his second spell where it was like 4-3-3 basically, wasn't it? So you could have 4 at the back, 3 centre mids, and then 2 up top, but Voltemeda in the middle, in between the midfield and the attack, if you like. Obviously,
like a diamond.
Exactly, yeah, diamond up front kind of thing, but Voltemeda's kind of coming deep. You'd have to rely on the fullbacks, obviously, to bomb on then and to offer the width. But yeah, I think whether it's that formation, whether it's what we played on against Villa, yeah, he's definitely better when he's got options around him. I think having the spell that he's had as well, where it's been tough, might actually do him good in the long run, as frustrating as it's been. I think he's going to obviously get more and more used to the physicality of the English league, especially when, you know, inevitably you're going to have to play the odd high ball as well. I mean, you can't play on the floor all the time, so I think that's something you can kind of go into. So yeah, I'm not convinced with him being up front all the time. I think Eddie Howe struck on something that worked when he shifted him further back, and I'd like to see him stay in that kind of deeper role going forwards.
Yeah. Well, Ian, let me just ask, because you've got Jacob Ramsey playing brilliantly. You've got Tonali now showing his class again. You've got J7 back as well. What would you do? You've got those 3 players, and those 3 pick themselves, you know, when they're fit, with Bruno being out. But you've also got Voltemeda, and, you know, yes, he could play up front. Then, like Peter said, you got the 2 wingers either side, but that goes back to what wasn't working earlier, and we played something different against Villa, and it did work for Voltemada. So with those 3 midfielders in mind, how would you go about it with working Voltemada into the game as a 10? Or would you not play him as a 10? Would you put him further forward again? What would you do?
Do you mean for tonight, or do you mean going forward?
Generally speaking.
I think he might well be that Sula will start again, and Voltemada will do his similar role tonight. I thought he played really, really well, but as an attacking midfielder against Villa. The thing is, he is a number 9. Whatever he looks like when he's in the Newcastle team at the moment, he's number 9 back in Germany when he played there. He's the number 9 for Germany. Bayern Munich want to pay a big, big fee for him. They're still sniping on about it because they're really, you know, they said to him, we can't get you just at the minute, just hang on for us, we'll come back and get you. Harry Kane's replacement is what they think. And I think the young man that he is, the potential is there for him to become really, really, really special as this number 9. So we have to devise a way, Eddie has to devise a way tactically to get him to be the point of the arrow and to get more players around him. Maybe tonight he could start at number 9. And if it was me and they were fit, I'd have Joe Linton and Tonali as the double pivot, and I'd play Jacob Ramsey as a number 10, but a proper number 10, because he can carry the ball and he can support Voltemada.
Yeah.
I would suggest that Alanga and Gordon don't hug the touchline and get in to help him as well, because I think the key for him once he's got the ball is to slip somebody else in, running into space, and we've got the players who've got the pace to be able to do that. But
Yeah.
like I said, they get sorted in a couple of weeks if they had that. Maybe over the international break, except they're all going to be away on the international break, aren't they?
Yeah.
If they could train, to change the tactics, I'm sure they would have done. They're kind of evolving into it, almost game by game.
Yeah.
So I won't mind if Voltemada does his lovely 8/10 roll tonight, because I thought it was brilliant against Aston Villa. We think me and Michael gave him an 8 on the ratings program, despite Shearer slagging him off at half time for playing too deep. But I do think ultimately we've got to get the way this team typically can incorporate him as the number 9, because he's a special talent up there. Bayern Munich know it. The German national side know it. Probably Eddie calls him a number 9. Eddie knows it. They just haven't worked out how to unlock it.
Interesting.
But I think that's the long-term plan.
Yeah. That's an interesting shout with Ramsey as a number 10. I can see that working where they interchange, where, like you say, Voltemada comes back, Ramsey makes the run forward, bypasses him and gets played in by Voltemada. But no, it's interesting you would go back to the number 9, if you like. But obviously they work him into the game like Germany do. What would you do, DX? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm really on the fence with this one, because I think he does play better deep, and I think his natural inclination is to drop deep. Like when he plays up front, I get frustrated because he drops so deep all the time, and we can blame the service and this. But look, that's just where he ends up playing if you look at his pitch maps and stuff. So I know people say for Germany he goes up there and he bangs in goals. Well, he's got. I hate to say this, I'm not trying to knock the guy, but he scored 2 against Luxembourg, 1 against Northern Ireland, 1 against Slovenia, and a 6-0 win. So I'm not convinced yet that he's the next Harry Kane. And even with Harry Kane, he does drop deep and play a slightly different role. So I think he can be kind of a flexible player, but I did enjoy him as well playing that deep role. I thought he was really really good there. And I know some people get quite offended if you say that, like, well, I think I'd play him a little bit deeper because they think, well, no, you're knocking the guy's ability, but I'm actually praising his ability. I think he's better on the ball than a lot of strikers. Like I think there's strikers who couldn't play deeper because their foot. Papi Cisse, we tried putting him on the wing. He was useless. Technically, apart from shooting, he couldn't hold the ball up. He couldn't, he wasn't a good footballer, but his finishing was phenomenal. So Voltemada is a good footballer. He's got good feet. Like I wouldn't put Visser in a deeper role. Again, maybe play out wide, but he's quite a limited footballer in certain aspects of his game. So I think I like the role he played, but if you're going to play him there's got to be someone better than Asula up front longer term, if that's the plan, because the idea of playing like Asula up front, or even Visser in this version of Visser that we've had, the Brentford Visser, fine, great, but not this version that we've seen, who's just, he has looked a bit podgy. I've thought he's looked a bit slow. Like I said earlier, he just hasn't been the same player. The other thing is, if we do play him as a number 9, I think then that necessitates the need to play Elanga for sure, because you've got to have the pace up there with him. Ramsey in midfield, because you've got to have the pace coming from the middle, because you've got to adapt to the players. And I think I said it before on a show a while ago that when Shearer's legs went, so he got to about 32, 33, and he'd had one more bad injury, and it was like I came back and Robson could see, right, he's still a brilliant finisher, still great holding the ball up. He can't run. So he bought Bellamy, he bought Robert, Dyer came back from injury, so he had all these quick players. Genus he bought, and they're all quick. Solano wasn't too slow. So all of these guys, Bernard at left back, they were very quick. So you could have Shearer as the guy who just buried everything in the back of the net, and you have all these quick players around him who are the legs. So I think if we could do that, if we adapt the team to that and go, right, Elanga, you're going to play most weeks, Gordon and all these other, Ramsey, then we can have him as a number 9, and I think he'll score goals. There's no doubt there, but it has to be a team built around him to make that happen, rather than just shove in anyone and Murphy, I don't think Murphy's the right winger for Baltimore, and I don't think necessarily like having Joe Linton, Jonathan Tonali, and Bruno as the three is going to help him either. So we've got to think a little bit outside the box on this one, I think.
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
just say as well, like on those list of players you mentioned for Schuber, I mean, you missed out Diego Gavilan.
Oh yeah,
Put that out
of
there.
course. And I think Des Hamilton might have snuck in there.
Well, there you go. Pure pace in it.
Yeah,
Quality. Yeah, just on Voltameda as well, right? Those stories about Bayern Munich. I mean, this might come back to bite us, but I don't believe that for 1 second that he is going to move this summer to Bayern Munich. Yes, they might want him, but
clip that.
Well, clip it. Right?
No, I agree with you. I agree with
clip
you.
it. But I'm risking having egg on my face here, but I'm gonna stick my neck out and say that I think Voltameda comes across to me as the kind of character who wouldn't leave in such a hurry. Like, I feel like, we've took we've paid a lot of money for Voltameda. Mm-hmm. He knows that. We've put our faith in him to come to England, come to the Premier League at a young age as well. I think he will feel like this is kind of a bedding in period. And next season, you may well see the best of Voltameda. And I just don't feel like he doesn't strike me as the kind of character who would be off so quickly if Bayern Munich came calling. I think he's such a young player that he would know, surely there's time yet for that to happen later down the road if he proves himself. So we'll see.
And also, there's two other points in there that Harry Kane apparently is in talks over a new contract there. So he's not going to get in as good as he is. He's not going to get in ahead of Harry Kane. And he wouldn't play them as a two. And then the other one is that he's like Isak. Basically, he's having a similar first season to what Isak had, where I think Isak got 10 goals and Wilson was our best striker that season. So give him a season to bed in, like you say, and then I think he'll flourish beyond that. So the one worry I did have though was he said when he came in, well, I'm happy to be here at the moment. I don't know if that was his English. He wasn't.
Okay.
I'm happy to be here at the moment. Oh, okay. Well, this is the right club for me at the moment. And whereas Bruno said, I want to play hundreds of games and be in the club's history and all that. So you read between the lines sometimes a little bit.
Yeah, true. But I agree in that I think he's far too talented just to write off. And like you say, Peter, it's like a bedding in period, really. And I think he has been misused at times. Other times, he's trying to adapt to a new league where it is different. And I think Gavin Fuller said there in the comments, he's got two defenders around him, physical defenders. It's a different dynamic than what he's faced in Germany probably at times. So, yeah, there's a combination of things going on, but he's clearly immensely talented. And I do hope that we can build the team around him in whatever way that is. Like you say, Ian, it could be where he is the number 9, but he has a number 10 behind him. He's got inverted wingers around him. Or whether that is him playing literally as a 10 himself or 10-8 hybrid. So I think, yeah, going forward, we've got to have, in my opinion, have that in mind. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight, and hopefully carries this good form on, and it gives him more confidence, because when we play against Man City, if he is playing against Man City, then we're going to need it for then, that's for sure. It was good to see Tonali on the score sheet. We've been saying, haven't we, that we keep hearing about his shooting, and there's been some straight at the keeper, maybe some over the bar, but it was even the first goal, I think that one was going in anyway on the other corner, and it was deflected to the left corner. What do you make of Tonali's resurgence against Villa, Ian?
I mean, we all said he had to step up without Bruno. Who's going to put the cape on and guide us to a win away at Villa? It was Tonali. He did that, and he had a few shots from outside the box. That second one was a glorious strike. Brilliantly professional layoff by Dan Burn, by the way.
Because that was good.
If it is Fab Shara, it would have gone over the roof of the stand. But yeah, I hope it's just one game, wasn't it? But he did seem to be really approaching back to his best from last season. topped off with 2 lovely goals. More significantly, I think, given all of the whispers and rumours around him, I was delighted where the second one he ran across to embrace Eddie Howe to celebrate, and afterwards came out and said that he had a brilliant relationship with him. It sounded like he meant it rather than it just being lip service.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. He means it, I think.
So, I think, I hope he can do it again today.
Yeah.
Come
And
off
I
it for an
think,
hour to get a bit of rest before the City game.
yeah, that would be the ideal thing. I think definitely tonight, like you say, with Man City in mind. The team sheet's out, by the way, so we'll get that. Let's see if I can bring this up. But just on what you're saying there, I think Voldemort is another one going over to the manager, and it just indicates to me that everyone is fully behind him. They do believe in him, they do respect him, and they are running and putting in the hard yards for him. And yes, bumps in the road. Yes, things like maybe we don't agree with tactically. Maybe in the back of the players' minds, they wouldn't mind trying something else, maybe. But I think the players ultimately are firmly still bought into the manager, and it was just great to see. And it kind of, for me, it puts us at ease a bit in that, it just reaffirms that, like Peter says, we have something special, I think, in terms of team spirit and determination. Let's try and bring this team up. 2 seconds.
I can
If you
go through it.
You see this?
Go on,
Got a team here. So we've got Pope in goal.
Okay.
So defence for tonight, we've got Trips and Hall at fullback, left and right. We've got Chow and Burn still, centre half. And to me, it looks like what he's playing is Willock and Tonali in the centre mid. I'm going to say that Voltemeda is probably still in that deep position. It looks like he's going to play ahead of them, ahead of those two. And then on the wings, you've got Elanga and Barnes, and then Gordon.
Okay.
So,
that's pretty much what I went for, I think.
Yeah.
Willock, I think.
It was DX's team.
No,
It was
someone
your
else.
team, wasn't it?
Someone else shouted Willock, didn't they? Which, fair play. I've said Ramsey, so
You could. The thing is, right, with that selection and with Gordon and Voltemeda, you could potentially swap those two at times during the game, couldn't you?
I like that. I really like that team actually for this game.
Yeah.
I think that's.
I think it's a good balance of pace and.
I think potentially, Peter, it's not just Voltemada to swap them with Gordon. I think you'll see Gordon, Elanga, and Barnes crossing over, and at the same time maybe dropping deeper to let Voltemada push through as well. If there's there's going to be lots of one-touch movement.
There can be a lot of interchange, can't there, between those players?
Yeah.
No,
It's good.
Good one.
Can't wait for it to kick off.
Excited now.
Yeah.
So he's rested Ramsey, hasn't he? So I'm pleased he's done that. I kind of floated that before, didn't I? And I hope Ramsey comes back in against Man City because I think he's, like I say, he's shown his worth now. And I've always said, Ramsey seems a good player to me, and I was a bit mystified as to why he wasn't playing more games when he was fit after he came back from the injury. So, we'll pay 40 million for him. So we've got to get our money's worth. And but like, I love his passion as well. He's shown that in the last 2 games, and even he was getting really riled up with the linesman and the referee, like us all, against Villa. So I love that side of him, and he's tough as well. He's putting the tackles in, but he can sit this one out. Willock, like you say, Peter, he's doing better now. Generally speaking, I mean, technically sometimes he's found wanting a little bit, but he has that running ability. He has the skill in terms of when he goes forwards and he breaks into that space, not so much in the deep areas, but when he's in that space, he's definitely doing more of what he did in these earlier years with us. So I think that's a good change. And like you all say, I'm really looking forward to it now. Like I said, we can put a lot in. The ideal thing is we put a lot into this in the first half. We'll go 2-0 up, 3-0 up, make changes. I mean, we all say this, and we all say Eddie Howe doesn't make changes early enough. So whether that happens in reality is another thing. But that's the ideal scenario, really. But because you do wonder, I wonder anyway about the Man City game, where it's the 3rd game in a week, and we're playing against one of the best sides in Europe by far. We're going to need everything we're we can get a result at the Etihad. But again, I'm kind of looking further ahead. Connor says there that J7 is on the bench. So that's, speaking about the two games, that's an interesting one. And that hopefully, like you say, Ian, J7 comes on tonight, gets some minutes under his belt, and then he would be ready, wouldn't he, for Man City? So then you got J7 and Ramsey to come in against Man City fresh. So that's a good option,
good
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's an interesting one on Ramsey, actually. I saw a clip, and it was Rio Ferdinand, and I can't remember who else was in the studio, but I think it was Sky or something. But they were talking about Jacob Ramsey about 3 years ago when he was playing for Villa, and they said, "Oh, this guy is so good. They said Villa won't be able to hold on to him. He'll be going to one of the big boys pretty soon. He's too good to stay at this." Like, they're talking about the real, top clubs, the Real Madrids and the or the Man Cities. Those are all the elite clubs. So that's the esteem he was held in a few years ago, and then he had a few injuries. So for us to get him, if we can get him anywhere near that level again, and to where his potential is, we could have a total steal there for 40 million. So I'm hoping he stays fit, and we just see him develop. I know he's not playing tonight, but I just wanted to, while that was in my brain, I wanted to throw that one in.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
The thing is, we've got players like Ramsey, like you say, and now Willock. If you can hopefully keep this up, keep this form up, showing the old Willock that we saw when he was playing for us a couple of years ago. Players like that, we've got Voltameda stepping up. We've got Tonali showing his true self now, rediscovering his best form. It's all happening. I know it's only 2 games, I know, but this kind of turning the corner in the way that we have recently, these players are stepping up just at an important time, just when you'd want them to. They're all finding their feet at the business end of the season. So I'm just hoping that it's a good omen that we're going to have players now hitting their stride. Hopefully Wissa will be the next kind of domino to fall, and he'll get into his stride. And we've got all these players like Ramsey, Wissa, Willock showing his best self, Tonali showing his best self, J7's to come back in. So it's just the defense, isn't it, where you wish you could rotate more. But I think up top and midfield, yeah, it's kind of looking promising, I think, at the moment.
I think Tonali and Ramsey is a really good combination in the middle for as much as it's gutting that Bruno's out and hopefully gets back soon. And it is a massive boost that J7 is back now. At the moment, I think those two do complement each other quite well. Just looking at the past, if you like, I want to ask Ian, because I've asked DX a similar question and he came back with a Champions League answer. So specifically with the Champions League, what's one of your most favourite moments as a Newcastle fan in the Champions League, supporting the Toon?
Well, I can remember sitting at home watching Asprilla score his hat-trick in that 3-2 win against Barcelona, which was absolutely incredible. But memories fade, and I do think that when we beat PSG 4-1, that was an even bigger buzz, because that was a great new exploration, wasn't it? That was we'd done very well to get a draw in Milan. It was the first home game of having returned to the Champions League after 20 years, and to go at it like that and to dominate it for so long. Just Fab Shah's 4th goal was probably the top moment in that game for me. Yeah, wonderful.
Aye. Nice. Wonderful. That was amazing. It was absolutely like a special
Barcelona
night.
game, you see. I think we went 3-0 up in the Barcelona game, and then we were clinging on in the second half.
We were.
So that was bloody nerve-wracking, although it was fabulous at the end. PSG, they never got a sniff, really. They scored a goal. I thought
they would have came back. When they got that one goal back in, I thought it was going to be a repeat of the Barca game, because that was 3-0 and they got a goal back 3-1. I thought, this has got shades of Barca 3-2, this, because I thought they were going to pile the pressure on. But like you say, in the end, no, we just snuffed them out, and we thought, you know what, we're just going to suffocate you. And to boot, we're going to get another goal as well from 25 yards. So, yeah.
Fabulous goal, that is.
Yeah, and then we could just enjoy it then. So
No, he only hit it so well and got such a good curve on it because he fell over as he was
I know.
shooting it. Like, but
Got that
hey,
momentum, aye, from that slip.
make your own luck, don't you?
DX, I know you said Feyenoord in the past. Any other moments that come to mind? I mean, that was special as well, the Feyenoord game under Robson.
Yeah, that was a spectacular qualification. Trying to remember other ones. Well, I think the one against Juventus, because we were dead in the water and we were 3 defeats in a row in the first 3 games, and one of them was Feyenoord at home. So everyone was like, "That was your banker. That's gone. You're screwed. You've got Juventus at home and Dinamo Kiev at home, and then Feyenoord away in the last 3. So didn't look like we had much chance. And then we played Juventus, and they had a really good team. I think they had Del Piero, Nedved, and some other really good players. Buffon in goal. And then Andy Griffin, of all people, he sort of got into the box, actually quite a good touch to get away from the player, and then kind of miscued a shot or a cross or something, but it deflected into the net. And he said he didn't know what to do, so he didn't really celebrate. He was kind of, I don't know. But we sort of hung on and won that 1-0, and that propelled everything to be the first team ever to lose the first 3 and still go through. So that was pretty spectacular. And I think, like you say, the other one that comes to mind actually is a good one. Timurika Espaya scoring against Partizan Belgrade, I think it was.
Under Daglish.
Oh, wait, no, was it Partizan Belgrade? Anyway, it was Croatia Zagreb.
Zagreb, yeah.
And it looked like they were down to 10 men, and then they came back and it was looking like penalties. And I think it was in the 120th minute. Ketspire scored and we went through. And that was incredible. I remember jumping around as a kid, and that was spectacular.
Don't mention Partizan Belgrade though.
No, God,
that was a bad one.
My word.
That was when we should have won the away leg as well.
Yeah,
the goal this year that we scored against Barcelona must stand up as one of the best team goals we've scored this season. Absolutely wonderful move.
Quality. It's just a shame in the circumstances. It was, but
yeah,
2-0 down.
We'll have a few more of them tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Any moments that come to mind for you, Peter?
Well, you mentioned the Juve one. I mean, we were at that one, Timmy, weren't we? Yeah.
We were at the Leazes end as well, so where the goal was scored. Brilliant.
Yeah. And you mentioned Griffin. I mean, he was putting their left winger in the stands all night. He was just flinging it himself at this player who I think looked shocked that he had Andy Griffin just charging at him all night, and he didn't like it. So, it's a good shout. That's epic match, that, and that set us on the way for that crazy run when we qualified after that. So that's definitely up there. Like you say, Ian, PSG is up there. Barcelona 3-2. I think the one after Juve was Dynamo Kiev, right? And we won 1-0. 2-1. And again, like the Juve game, we knew we had to win this one as well. So that stands out to me as well, because we went 1-0 down. So that second half kicks off. I think literally about a minute into the second half, Dynamo Kiev go up the Leazes end and score.
The last thing they needed.
Exactly. I would say it was like, this is like you say, the last thing that they needed, and it was like, oh god, like we need to win, and we've just went behind straight away in the start of the second half. It was a cold, rainy night, and I wasn't there for that one, but I was watching it, and we just dug in. I remember Gary Speed really kind of pulled us through that one, and he got the equaliser, didn't he? 1-1 for the header.
Yeah,
with the header rather. Yeah, and then obviously we got the penalty, and with a pull on Shiva's shirt, because they had this player, and I've forgotten his name. Who was that player? He was man-marking Shiva all night, and he was he was an absolute brute. He was a nuisance.
Big time.
And Shiva was constantly trying to get away from him, but he had that moment in the box. He pulls Shiva's shirt, and the ref gives a penalty, and obviously he scored it. And then from that point onwards, it was just like hanging on by hook or by crook. And Laurent Robert's standing on the halfway line with his hands on his hips, like trying to defend. The commentators called that out at the time. It's just when you think back. But yeah, and then we got over the line, and that again was, and it's reminiscent of, I think, what we've got now. That kind of the kind of chemistry and the players all together. They had that then, and I think we've got that now.
And that shows how important those experienced players are as well, because that wasn't the only time that Shearer, Speed, and players like that carried us through. So maybe Byrne and Trippier will do it tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Header from down.
That's true. That's true. One moment that comes to mind, it's a kind of like, it's not like a major thing. It's an amazing moment, but a regret as well, is Nobby's strike against Inter Milan that hit the bar. And I think it hit off the elbow and didn't go in. That would have been such an iconic goal in the Champions League if that had went in.
It was venomous.
Aye.
Yeah. Do you remember that, DX?
I do remember that one. That one, and this isn't the Champions League, but one that Obafemi Martins did from the halfway line against Liverpool that hit the bar. Those are the two that I go, if either of those had gone in, that would have been talked about forever, those goals. So it's like a whisker away.
If you watch the Nobby's strike, if you watch it back, Peter Drury's the commentator, and he's shocked. He's like, "Oh, what a hit!" He's like
dynamite in his boots, didn't he, Nobby? Was that in the 4-1 defeat or the 2-2? I can't remember now.
The 2-2.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
2-2, aye. And I think that was to go to 1-0 up, wasn't it? And we went up 1-0 up anyway. So, like I say, it doesn't.
What a moment it would have been, though.
It was such like a clean strike. Exactly. Aye.
I think it's great for Shearer as well, because there was always the question when he was at Blackburn, he only had one Champions League campaign. It was a total disaster. They went out in the group stages to Spartak Moscow and teams like that. And I think then it was like, well, maybe in the Champions League, he's not quite right for that. And then he had a really good campaign where he scored about 7 goals or something, got a hat-trick against Leverkusen, was it? And yeah, and that was, I think that was like something where you could add a little tick in another box for a great player, because he never, when you think about it, he played at Southampton, Blackburn, who were good for like 1 year, 2 years maybe, and then Newcastle, who were good for like 2 years. So he never really got too many chances to play in the Champions League, and so it was nice to see him get his flowers.
True, yeah, because he was injured in that season with Dalglish, wasn't he? So he
would have Ian Rush up front.
Exactly, yeah, when Tino wasn't there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll make make new history as well going forward, because if we can get the knockout rounds, I think there will be some potentially iconic moments, whether it's against Barcelona or against Chelsea. Would you? We're going to switch over. We've got the gang coming on in a minute here. We've got Gary, we've got Mighty Win, we've got Michael coming on to carry the show forward into kickoff any second now. But who would you take? Would you take, granted we need to win this one first, but would you take Barca or Chelsea?
I would definitely take Barcelona, just because I think that would be more of an exciting match. And I think when you get to this point in the competition, over 2 legs, I think maybe there's an argument that perhaps the European sides won't be as used to the atmosphere. And also, I think it'll be a bigger atmosphere if it's Barcelona at St James's Park. I just feel like it will be off the charts, because it's a novelty in a way. How often have we played Barcelona at home? We've had the 3-2 and we played them this season, but it's a rare thing. Whereas Chelsea, it'll feel like, it's another domestic game. So I would always go on that side, or on the side of, let's have Barcelona, let's have Real Madrid. That'll do me. Well,
I agree.
Yeah, same.
I agree, Barcelona, as long as you can let us play it away at Barca the same way we played away against PSG. I'll take that.
Okay. We've got Gary. You okay, Gary? Michael and Mighty Win. How are you doing, lads?
Good evening. Good evening,
everybody.
Noon, as it still is at the minute, of course. But yes, all up and raring to go.
Indeed. There's some interesting formations that have come out in today's team that's been announced. You guys went through the team. Some being FOTMob expected it to be a 4-1-4-1. Some saying it's going to be a 4-2-3-1, and Willock being the holding defender alongside Tonali. I just wanted your thoughts. I mean, like I say, is this Eddie Howe showing that he's got a plan B, C, D, and E? It's an interesting one, this one, because like I say, it doesn't seem to be anybody out there that I've looked at. And again, forgive me if I haven't looked at every source, but every source that I can seem to get hold of that give us formations to sides that come out usually just go with the bog standard Eddie Howe 4-3-3, but not today. Is that because of the clientele that Eddie Howe has to pick from? Or literally, have they just gone with where they normally play within a 11 and just throw us a formation out there? Because that's what it looks like to me at the minute. Let's just see where they play, mostly in any team, and we'll play them there, and then we'll make a formation from that. Interesting look into it, if I'm honest with you. You boys, okay? Great build-up. Thank you ever so much for your usual thing. It's lovely to listen to that reminiscing historical moments in the Champions League. I love that. Put a smile on my face because it's stuff that I often forget, if I'm honest with you. So it was very lovely.
Good stuff. Nice. Well, have a good one, lads.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll leave you to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
See you.
All right, lads.
Take it easy.
See you later, chaps.
Take it easy. A very interesting look at what we've got at the moment. Foot Mob very much going into the system of, like I say, this 4-1-4-1 formation I've just thrown upon. Oh, I was throwing up on the screen, and then it's gone. Here we go. I'll throw it up on the screen again. There you go. So that's what they're expecting us to play. Your thoughts, mate? Pope in goal, obviously the back three, the back four we expected. Nothing changes there. Tonali sits in as the 6. Then you've got a very attack-looking 4 and 5, if you like, going forward. So it's an interesting ploy, this one, and it's probably something I didn't expect, but it certainly excites me.
Yeah, I think for me, if you would be able to zoom in a little bit, I think those the watchers on YouTube were a little bit harder of seeing, might struggle. But to be honest, from what we saw from the heat maps, if you look at where Jacob Ramsey was for a lot of the game, he was kind of in that position that Willock was in. There wasn't that much difference. When watching the game, I didn't see that at all. But when you look at the heat map, he was actually in very similar positions to Nick Voltemada. So when you said they'd put it down as a 4-1-4-1, my eyes rolled back and I was like, oh, here we go. Another formation that they've got wrong. But to be honest, it actually, when I remember looking at the heat maps, and it was quite like that. So they might actually have a point, and I do expect Willock to be a bit more attacking than what we've seen Ramsey.
Yeah, and I think the way Volt played, and I think the only, again, a slight criticism, and it's not a criticism. We all know the lad hasn't got the recovery pace to get back into the box. But what we saw, superb link-up play, dropping into the deeper 8 slot to obviously receive the ball from Tonali and Ramsey. But then obviously what you got then, he's going forward. There was a couple of times where Harvey Barnes got free, could have played it square across the box. There just wasn't a black and white shirt there. And I'm just wondering whether Eddie Howe now going into the Champions League, knowing how crucial this is, and like I say, their back line isn't the quickest. They like to build up from the back. They do like to get you sucked in a little bit. My only concern with this is discipline. It looks really top-heavy for me at times. Are we just expecting Tonali to work on the literally the vertical, if you like, going across in line of that back four and supporting, and like where they double up down that left hand side? And like I say, Jeda Kuliev, which is their left back. To be fair, I didn't expect Jaffa Kuliev to play. He's a weaker sided, so maybe there's an injury issue there. It's something that we need to look at. Zubair is a good player. I like him. Duran is also a very good player. I like him. So to me, they don't look as dominant down that left-hand side. But again, if we don't get the likes of Alanga and Trippier in that zone of, dropping in when they need to drop in, Tonali's got a hell of a lot of work to do in that midfield.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to point out a super chat there from Alex Turkish Toon. Turkish Lira, I think that is correct. 55 Turkish Lira. All Turks supporting Qarabag tonight since both nationalities share the same roots. But having said that, I'm a Newcastle fan for 30 years. Come on, the Toon. Thanks very much for your support, mate. And I hope the Toon unfortunately upset a lot of Turks tonight, but not you. But yeah, just to what you were saying there, Gary. I mean, you look, Duran is the one that seems to be pulling up trees a little bit in the Champions League. Him and Andrade are the two that I've seen pop up more than anything. I'll be honest, yeah, my knowledge of Qarabag isn't great, but when you look at the teams they've faced and beaten,
Yeah, absolutely.
you've kind of got to look at it and go, right, on their home turf. I know they play at the Olympic Stadium and not the stadium they play in, week out. But they can cause teams problems. And I think the biggest thing is you can go to Qarabag and expect to thrash them, and they can surprise you. I think if you go in and put a professional performance in, we should be getting the better of these. And you mentioned there, the left back seems to be one that's a bit been rotated. If anything, we should be looking at Antti Elanga and going, right, this is where you should be having a great game.
Yeah, I agree, mate. Win, what's your thoughts, buddy, on this?
Well, I'm wondering generally about Qarabag and how good they are, because you say they go to Chelsea and get a 2-2 draw, but they go to Liverpool and get beat 6-0.
Yeah.
So which Qarabag is going to turn up tonight? Let's go.
Yeah, well,
let's go
I tell you,
the Liverpool version.
Absolutely. And I think that the problem is, I think sometimes you can go out there with that, give too much respect, and then on the other hand, where you don't actually get involved in the game, and the other hand, you give no respect whatsoever, and you really go for them, and it doesn't matter where they're from. And I think, unfortunately, what you saw with Chelsea, I mean, I watched the game. Chelsea gave them far too much space. They were very sloppy on the ball, very lax. I mean, we've been very guilty of that ourselves this season at times against, I mean, we were talking the other night about the Sunderland game. You know, where were you? Where did you turn up? Did they expect just to sit in and then counter? You know, are they going to expect the same today, sit in and counter? And to be fair, with that lineup, there's no sitting in. You know, this is literally go out there and, as we've said, and as you've said many a time, Win, go and get the job done away from home, so you can probably rotate a few players when you get back home just for a breather. So, you know, for me, this is a case of being, as you've mentioned, Michael, professional. I think that's the perfect word. I was trying to find the Qarabag side, and I went onto X to have a look. And the last time they posted on X, Qarabag FK, was 2023. So the chances of me finding their team, like I say, I'm just hoping they are something which has been released somewhere. I'm sure it'll be somewhere in ether. But yeah, it is an interesting one. And like I say, you know, you have got to ask yourself what Newcastle side does come to play today. And like I say, for me, I really do hope it's a team that just shows everybody that they can play a multitude of different formations. Because that, to me, is very heavy loaded attacking wise.
I'll settle for the Villa iteration of Newcastle United. That'll do for me. And as much as our Lone Master doesn't like it, I'm quite happy to see Voldemort sitting there doing his thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love that by Harple. That's classic. It was a 10p bag versus Liverpool, and it was a bag for life versus Chelsea. Oh, that's classic. Harple. Yeah, indeed. I love that one. That's very, very good. Anything, like I say, it's very hard to find information about Qarabag.
Listen, I think everybody's pretty much in the dark and had been until the start of this season, really. When with watching the Champions League generally, you know, you say these names, and this is what Champions League football is all about. This is how Qarabag themselves are going to generate revenue because they're suddenly becoming noticed. So advertisers and sponsors will take them on board, and this is why it is so important. This is why, you know, going back to the Marseille game, when I was yelling to put all the meat on the grill and everybody was saying, you know, rotate. Premier League's more important. No. The Champions League is where the dosh is.
Yeah, you're right.
And the bottom line is, why do you want to get points in the Premiership? To get into the Champions League. Well, in the Champions League,
That is it.
Take advantage of it. Give it your best shot.
And I think that's where we're there. These are the nights that we've dreamed of. Again, I don't want to talk and speak about everything.
I dreamed about Qarabag, to be fair, but
no, but we're talking about
Very niche
but we're
dream,
talking
that.
about European, European nights, and like I said, you throw. Even you said I want to go to places that I haven't been before, and we have just
another story altogether.
We have just pipped Chelsea. Chelsea were the furthest team to visit.
The longest
Qarabag.
journey in Europe until
we are the longest now. That's another top of the league we've got. But if you think about it, they're no novelty act, if you like. Azerbaijani's dominant force that have been for over a decade. Although commonly associated with Baku, the club actually represents the city of Agdam, which has been largely uninhabitable since the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. They've effectively been a club in exile since the early 1990s. That backstory matters. It feeds directly into their identity and emotional intensity around the European nights. Now, obviously, they have. I don't know whether they've moved, because the information that I've got here is they play at the Azazun Arena in Baku. It's a compact ground of roughly 5,800 capacity, and I think that is their domestic league ground. Yeah. Obviously, they play Champions League, obviously at a different place. In the I can't remember the name of it now, but you guys were talking about the day named after the linesman in the '66 World Cup. But their ground roughly only holds 5,800. It's tight, it's loud, and the pitch dimensions feel very close. It's not hostile. It's the stereotypical sense. It's concentrated. And obviously European visitors often comment on how quickly momentum swings there. Managerially, stability has been their superpower, if you like.
19 years head coach. He's been there, hasn't he?
Yeah, Kurbanov has built a technical, secure, tactically disciplined side. They are usually set up as a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-3-3, compact between the lines, comfortable without the ball, and very aggressive once they win it back. They don't press chaotically, they trap wide and counter centrally. Recent European form and pedigree, Qarabag are serial qualifiers for European group stages. They were the first Azerbaijani club to reach the Champions League group stage 2017-18 and have since become regulars in the UEFA competitions. This season, they've already beaten Benfica, Copenhagen, Frankfurt, and held Chelsea to a 2-2 draw at home. That is not accidental. They are especially strong in first legs at home. Disciplined early, then increasingly bold as the game stretches. Defensively in the league phase, they conceded heavily overall, 21 goals, but context matters. Several of those came in open transitional games away from home. In Azerbaijan, they are far more controlled. Domestic form in the Azerbaijan Premier League, they are perennial champions. They typically dominate possession domestically, often 60% or plus regarding possession, and average over 2 goals per game. The technical comfort translates into composure in Europe. They are not a team that panics under pressure. So a couple of players to watch. You've mentioned a couple there. Juninho, their mobile striker as well. Sharp movements, attacks near post aggressively. Thrives on low crosses and quick vertical balls. Not physically dominant, but clever between centre-backs. Marko Jankovic, he's a central midfielder who dictates tempo. Very clean first touch, dangerous from set pieces, capable of switching play quickly to release wingers. Abdallah Zubair, he's the wide forward who carries the ball confidently, likes to isolate fullbacks and cut inside, draws fouls in dangerous areas. And then you've got Tural Bayramov. He's an attacking fullback with stamina, overlaps relentlessly and delivers early crosses. If Newcastle leaves space, he will exploit it. Set piece threat, they are well drilled in corners, indirect free kicks. Delivery is typically in-swinging with heavy traffic at the near post. Newcastle will need to concentrate on those things. So tactical themes you can highlight if you like over what I've watched. And again, I've done from yesterday listening to the lads in the late show, did a bit of a deep dive. It's mid-block patience as I expected. I wouldn't say low block all the time, but they do try and suck you into that zone between the halfway line and the 18-yard box. And then they don't overcommit early. Transitional speed is what they really rely on. When they break, they usually go vertical immediately. Compact central lanes, they protect the half spaces well. Emotionally, energy at home, they get that extra 5%, which we all see at St James's Park from our players. They get their emotional energy in the first 20 minutes are usually very intense. Interesting facts, if you want.
Well, that's interesting in itself, isn't it? They're saying that the first 15 minutes are normally intense. That is normally when we are in our... Can we expect 15 minutes of basketball at the start of the game?
Yeah, something like that. Have you seen Ron has put down 5-0 to the Toon?
No, I haven't, but I'll put that in.
It's in the chat there, buddy. So yeah, you can throw that one in. And I mean, these are facts. They've effectively been a homeless club for over 30 years due to regional conflict. Qarabag has been in charge since 2008. As you said, it's a rare continuity in modern football. They often outperform their UEFA coefficient rankings. English sides historically underestimate the travel factor with 2,500 miles time difference, unfamiliar surface and rhythm. Where Newcastle can't hurt them, pace in wide areas. If Anthony Gordon, can't hurt them, it should be can hurt them. Pace in wide areas, if Anthony Gordon and Anthony Anger isolate fullbacks early, Qarabag's backline can be turned quite easily. Physicality in central duels. They are technical, but not overwhelmingly powerful. Sustained pressure phases when forced to defend multiple phases without relief, concentration drops later on. Where Newcastle must be careful, though, is overcommitting fullbacks simultaneously. Cheap turnovers in midfield. They counter very well and ruthless at times. Emotional surges after goal. The crowd amplifies momentum and it swings usually in their favour. If you want a strong analytic angle for the panel, well, here you go. Is this tie about technical superiority or game management maturity? Michael, what's your thoughts?
Game management, 100%. I actually think first 10, 15 minutes will be guilty of doing what you said, showing them a bit too much respect because it's almost the unknown. But I think as soon as the lads get their footing, we'll try and do what we did to, Union Saint-Gilloise, who I think we'll see quite a few comparisons. They were a relative unknown, playing in a different stadium to their own because it didn't meet UEFA guidelines, let's say. And I think even in that game, the first 10, 15 minutes, we were okay, but it was a bit cagey. And I think we'll see exactly the same here, where Newcastle just figure out their opponent, were patient. Let's be honest, even if we end up taking a draw to St James's Park, don't get me wrong, it's not perfect, but you at home to Qarabag, you would take it and you'd feel very confident about going through the next round. Now, there is the case of, if you're professional, that means you're very likely only coming away with a 1-0 or a 2-0 win, and it means you can't rotate as much at St James's Park, which is obviously the long-term aim of in what games can we rotate. But a team like Qarabag can cause an upset or two. We have seen that. They are probably, from what I've seen, better when they're on the counter-attack in these competitions. And they can get a foot in the hold in the game with the crowd behind them. I mean, they conceded 4 against Ajax, which is the outlier in that campaign at home, but 3 of those were in the last 11 minutes. So for me, I think it's going to be quite a cagey first half. And if we can stay professional, I say first half, first 15, 20 minutes, and we'll see how it goes from there. But if we can stay professional at the start, there's a good chance we can get a hold of it and, do quite well. Let's say get a win, 1-0, 2-0. 2-goal deficit, should I say, is what I'm going for. But I do think Qarabag are going to score,
Yeah, like I said, they are a tricky side. It's not something that you can just throw, open and say, well, it's only Qarabag in Azerbaijan. And we've got a couple in here. Oshijevihi, and I hope I've pronounced that wrong. I probably haven't, but welcome on board. He's from Azerbaijan. He's saying good luck, you and us. It's lovely to have you on the channel, buddy. Like I said, if you could throw us some insight onto what happens with Qarabag, because like I say, it seems like one of those places that you only ever really get in European competitions, and sometimes when you're trying to do a deep dive, you don't know how true these facts that you bring up are. And there's another gentleman, Christian Barris, is also in there. He thinks Qarabag will win 2-1 over there, or perhaps 1-0, but will lose at St James's Park. And again, welcome on board, Christian. Lovely to have you.
Just a quick shout out, if I may, PDK, Conor McKenzie, and Sean Els Hazard yet to put their predictions in. Other than that, we have a full house there.
Good stuff. To be fair, for those supporting Qarabag who are in the chat, let us know what Azerbaijani media are sort of thinking of the game, because here in the UK, everyone is sort of, well, the media are certainly expecting Newcastle to win. Our fans are, we're a little bit more reserved, a little bit more down to earth, but it'd be really good to see if Azerbaijani media is expecting Qarabag to win here. So please let us know.
Yeah, you're right. And Fernie, a Leeds fan, according to his mojo, he's saying, "Good luck tonight, boys. You can see a Toon win," says him.
Hope so.
Like I say, Fernie, yeah, well done, mate. Lovely to have you on board. And like I say, you guys are doing fantastic, I must admit, in the Premier League, and long may it continue. As daft it looks, it's probably the only other team I look at regarding results is Leeds. I used to love the Leeds in the 70s. It was one of those games. One of those teams was full of hardens. Great football from back in the day. And long may it continue in the Premier League. It seems as though you've certainly got a good footing this season. I mean, Lee McFarlane's there saying, 4-2-3-1 on TV. That can't be right, surely. I'm not calling you Shirley. Well, you said you are, if I'm honest. But I mean, it sounds very much to me, like I said, this is one of those. When you look at the names on the team sheet, and that's why I said, for me, I sat here and listened to the lads who was doing the build-up, reminiscing on days gone by. It was lovely to listen to. But for me, it was more the fact that I was writing these names down and trying to work a formation out. And the only formation I could work out naturally was a 4-1-4-1. And that's whether you keep, Voltemada as a 9 or drop him as the 10 or even, move him and Anthony Gordon around a little bit. Anthony Gordon, Harvey Barnes around a little bit. The only one that actually works where you think, ooh, a question mark that one, is there's definitely no defensive midfielders in that 4 in front of Tonali. Not natural defensive midfielders anyway.
No, definitely not. But I think
we actually got a natural defensive midfielder.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? I think we just work for each other a lot of the times, don't we? But we know what we can give. Do you think this will drop into maybe a 4-3-1-1 at times then, with maybe the two lads coming a bit narrow, Harvey Barnes and Alanga, to support?
But it doesn't drop to a 4-3-1-1.
Sorry, 4-3-2-1. Yeah. No. That was me trying to do mental maths. 4-3-2-1 is what I meant. Keeping Willock and Voltemada just in front of them. I hope it don't drop into a 4-5-1, which I have every chance at times it probably will do. We know how Eddie Howe likes that defensive wall. But as we mentioned, we've previously mentioned, there's certainly a couple of quick boys I don't know whether they're going to be playing black and white, blue or green tonight. I would imagine it'll be the green shirt, as they play in yellow predominantly, don't they?
Black.
So yeah, is it black?
Black with gold trim normally. I think.
Oh, right, okay. I think the game I saw was the yellow.
Nice.
Yeah, it's black with gold trim. It does sound nice. Sounds very Adidas Samba type of. But I mean, it is like I say, it's hard to make a formation out of this team, isn't it? Like a steady formation, apart from a 4-1-4-1.
Yeah, I think I can see why they've put it down as a 4-2-3-1, but I completely agree. I don't think Willock will be that deep. I think it's one of those where we probably will have a little bit more possession than we typically do away from home, so it'll naturally go sort of into that 4-1-4-1. But when we defend, I do think it probably will be the 4-2-3-1, where Willock's just asked to do a bit more of a role of helping both Tonali and then getting close to Voltemada as well. But I've wanted players to get close to Voltemada and have players running beyond him at the same time as for ages. So this is the perfect time to see if Voltemada's got that creativity to play in that role. And that's no disrespect to Qarabag. It's just going to be one of those games where I think he's going to have a bit more time on the ball. When we attack, they might sit off a little bit more than what a Premier League side would, for example. So, well, unless it's Wolves or someone. I'm really excited to see how we go, because it could end up like Union Saint-Gilloise, or it could end up, and I know the lads were saying earlier, don't remind me of it, could end up like Partizan Belgrade back in the day. So who knows? It's so exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, we've got players on the bench as well. I suppose we've got to give a mention to. I mean, it's nice to see the likes of J7 back in the side. Ruddy goalkeeper, Ramsdale goalkeeper, Harris goalkeeper. 3 goalkeepers on the bench. That's got to be a first.
As in 2 Murphys.
And 2 Murphys, yeah. Joe Litton, Asula, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy, Ramsey, Shahar, and Neve. So do you think then the dropping of Ramsey is just to give him a breather in readiness for the Man City game?
Yeah, I think so. I think Ramsey suits playing Man City a little bit better. He's a little bit better with the ball at his feet, a little bit tidier, which we're going to need in those stressful conditions at the Etihad. So I think it's one of those. He's not exactly, fit more often than not. He's quite injury prone. I think anytime you can give him a rest, you've kind of got to do it in his first full season. Maybe next season when, if he stays fit for the rest of this campaign, you can play him 2-3 times a week and build him back up. But the priority, I think, is just getting that fitness and keeping it in Willock and Ramsey. So just keep rotating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right, mate. I think it is literally just a case of trying to keep it all together, isn't it? In and amongst the boys. I mean, I just, for me, I just want to see the lads go out there and do something and feel together, if you like. It just seems to me, like I say, this formation could throw up one or two issues if we ain't careful. So, like I say, it's just a case of keeping it tight, keeping it steady, not going gung-ho too much. But if we do go out the blocks and really get at these boys, get that early goal, do you think that would then just be a case of let's just open the floodgates and keep going? Or do you think, are we going to go back into that mentality of, oh, well, we've got the away goal now, which don't really matter anymore. We can just relax a little bit more and try and keep the ball? Do you think that's the better game management, about letting Qarabag work rather than us work? And the other thing I was going to ask you, as we've already travelled 5,061 miles to get to Qarabag, do you think that will affect the lads? They didn't travel until yesterday morning, which for me was a massive surprise. I thought they would have left maybe Monday afternoon after a training session, had a full day in Azerbaijan, and then a little bit of a kick around at the stadium before the match. Like I say, it seems to me as though they've left it really last minute. Hopefully they don't get too much of an effect from that travel.
Yeah, absolutely. We know 5 hours plus it's a long time to travel, and I think that impacts Qarabag just as much when they play over here as it will us going over there. As you say, well, you've got to hope that we haven't left it too late. But what I would say for that as well is it gives us more time at home working on what we're going to do tactically, what we're going to do to actually get the game together. And to be honest, because they're playing on the Baku Olympic Stadium, it's the same kind of turf that they have in Wembley, Anfield, etc. The elite turf, rather than if we were playing at the league stadium. It's a little bit different, little bit not quite as artificial as Bodo Glimt, but like a little mix. So I think it's not going to be too much apart from the travel to catch Newcastle out there. And I think it's all about just getting things right before having a professional performance. And I think you can still do that even with the travel. But I don't expect to go out and try and blow them away.
You know, it's 5 hours in a plane. You know, when if you go to Greece or Turkey or Cyprus or Egypt, you know, are you shattered when you get off that plane? Because I'm not.
I usually am.
I was going to say, yeah. I mean, I would imagine, you know, like I say, these lads have physios and everything there. I mean, they will have some sleeping.
By the way, they'll have a bit more leg room than we normally get.
Exactly. I mean, like I say, theirs will be quite easy, and you know, first class is a little bit nicer because you've got the beds and everything. So for them, I would imagine it would be not so much problematic. The problem is it does take a while for your body to recover the time zones. And I mean, yeah, you're right. When you're there relaxing on holiday, it doesn't affect you as much as it will do when you're going out there and exerting yourself. And sometimes that can take 24 hours. And that's why I said it surprised me that they didn't go Monday afternoon unless there wasn't a flight available. You know, there may have been, unfortunately,
just a private flight they're on, wasn't it?
Well, it is. It is a private flight. Yeah, well, it was a private flight, and it looked a rather large one that they were getting from Newcastle. But obviously, there's no direct flights from Newcastle. There's not even a direct flight from Manchester. You have to go to London to get the direct flight. So, as they had this private jet at Newcastle, yes, it would have been a direct flight, but it still, to me, gives you less time in recovery fully before the match starts.
I'm just, you know, for me, 5 hours in a plane and 2 hours of a time difference is, you know, it's neither here nor there. It can be Portugal sometimes.
Theoretically, it should impact more against City than it will here. You know, the travel, then they're coming back against, you know, elite athletes where, you know, that 0.5% makes a bit more of a difference. Definitely think, you know, there is a chance of it impacting we're here. But I'd see it impacting us a bit more against City at the weekend, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like I say, for me, the one thing
I would, if we get hammered tonight, I will not be using the travel as an excuse for it.
No,
there will be other reasons we get beat tonight, other than the fact that they've had to spend 5 hours on a plane going 2 hours backwards.
I will also say when I'm on a plane off on holiday, usually I'm half cut by the time I arrive. So that's probably why I'm tired. I don't think the players are in that similar situation. I hope not.
Well, I hope they're not.
Yeah, you see, I mean, I'm just making sure I've got it right. I've just had a look. It's the circadian rhythm that gets disrupted within the body. Thought it was. I just wanted to check. The body operates on roughly a 24-hour clock, regulated by light exposure and melatonin secretion. Even a 2 to 4 hour time difference can shift sleep onset, core temperature rhythm, reaction time, and hormone release. West to east travel, losing time, is generally harder to adapt to than east to west. Cognitive sharpness, neuromuscular coordination can dip temporarily. Small margins, but relevant in elite sport. There you go. That's what it's all about. How about that, then?
Well, how's about that?
I cannot argue against that, to be fair. I ain't smart enough to argue against that. I'm not even going
to try to.
Yeah. But it is, like I said, you know...
I'll put my common sense up against that. There you go.
That's what I'm saying. It is a small margin, and that's what I said. It's a case of where you've got somebody who will control the ball comfortably. We haven't seen that often in Newcastle, but maybe the players can use it as maybe the players can use it as an excuse more than we can. If I'm honest with you,
because the last 2 games certainly our ball retention has been better. And our midfield combat has been better. And for me, that is the key thing that's made all the difference, along with the press.
Completely.
Yeah, absolutely. They're close to Iran, 3 hours ahead. That is obviously the thing. It's anything above the. Like I said, it's where you're travelling to and from. Seems to be the way your body adjusts better. And I know I just couldn't remember whether it was east or west.
What do you call your magic formula that you just came up with, a Zubian or something?
Oh, you're going to say Yeah, you can't. You and your rhythms. Honestly, the circadian rhythm.
The circadian rhythm. Well, there's definitely
Circadian rhythm disruption. It is.
well, there's something in that because with me having been a taxi driver for nearly 30 years, night shift, permanent night shift for 30 years.
Yeah, you struggle to sleep, don't you?
I still cannot get to sleep
at a proper time.
At a normal time.
Yeah, exactly. At a proper
so
time.
I regularly still go to bed at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It is ridiculous how your body and you know, I felt the same when I was NHS. You know, when you were doing the 24-hour shifts before they got banned, my body took 2 or 3 days to get over that before I could actually go to bed. You say the normal times, so it is different. But these guys, like I say, the way these guys travel now is so different to what we would do with legs cramped up and economy. You know, is so different. Everybody in the chat, it'd be nice to know your thoughts on today's team. What formation do you think Eddie Howe and the lads are going to play today? And if you can, that will be you're a better person than me if you can work it out. What was that?
McFarlane saying the team are starting to play like they are all tuned into the same radio station. Wonder if it's NUFC Talk Radio.
Yeah, I wonder whether they do listen to us. Yeah, when they're driving to and from the ground or the training field. Very nice of them if they are. Give us a shout out, lads. But yeah, give us your thoughts on what you think the lineup is going to be, because it's going to be an interesting one. I'm going with a 4-1-4-1. That's where I am. But I mean, like I said, it's Sofa Score has got that one. Fot Mob have got a 4-2-3-1. Somebody else has got 4-3-3. And I looked at the 3 in the middle and I'm like, nah, that's not going to work. I think they've got Voltamada in the middle, believe it or not.
No. That's better than what it was at the weekend when they had a Sula there.
4-2-3-1, definitely, with Voltamada behind Gordon.
Yeah.
And occasionally in front of him, hopefully.
I think you could definitely see a fluid 4-2-3-1. I think you will find it more of a 4-1-4-1 when we have got the ball. I think it'll be a 4-5-1 when we haven't, if I'm honest with you, which will be a typical Eddie Howe. We are 17 minutes away from kickoff, and you will be obviously getting a kick by kick. Now, whether I can do the Azerbaijanis, the Qarabag, it may be just the Bags have got the ball. I mean, who knows? You'll be surprised to say. You mentioned Duran. I think Zubair is very good down that left-hand side. Is there anybody else in this side that you think that can do some damage? Like I say, there's been some disruption to their back line with the fullback. It very much he's the weak link by the looks of it. Their left back. When you look at all the stats, and when I've gone through all of the Sofa Score stats, whenever he's played, he's the lesser regarding marks on the board type of thing. He's obviously got yourself and Ian marking him up every week on Sofa Score. Is there anybody that floats your boat there?
I'll be honest, there's one that I was looking out for, because I looked at him and thought, that's a bit like James Tavernier at Rangers. And it was the left-back, Toral Bayramov. Because when I was looking at it, it was saying he was their second top goal scorer from left-back. He'd got 7 in the league from 13 starts. And I'm sitting there thinking, right, in Europe, is he going to be like their James Tavernier at Rangers when they made the final? But he doesn't seem to start in the Champions League for them. They've played 11 games. He's got 2 starts. So I don't know if they're sort of playing different teams in the league to what they do in the Champions League. I mean, Duran's only got 2 goals domestically across the Cup and the Premier League, but 4 in the Champions League. So I don't know if they've set up knowing that, right, we're going to have all the ball pretty much in our domestic league, but in the Champions League, we're not going to have much of the ball. It's going to be a bit more of a, we can hit them on the break. I'll be honest, I don't know much about them. Andrade is the one that seems to shine from the games that I've seen. From Cape Verde, I think it is. But again, so few times I've seen him play. I've got no idea what to expect, and I love that.
But Cape Verde, Azerbaijan, there's a journey.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Wow.
I mean, if I did say the other day that I was going to mention, we've got the referee in the middle is Espen Eskas from Norway, and the VAR man is Rob Dieperink, probably Dieperink, I think it is, rather than Dieperink, from the Netherlands in VAR. And again, the only thing I hope is that we very rarely see them. I just hope it's one of those, one of those places where they just let the game continue as long as it's not out of hand or there's any silly fouls. I just hope it's, like I say, controlled well. The only thing that I was thinking of is Qarabag sold a striker, Akudzadza, I think his name is, to MLS side Columbus Crew. He was a 21-year-old that found the net twice in the Champions League qualifying rounds this season. So, like I say, they are a bit light up front, as he obviously left to across the pond, if you like. That's a hell of a flight for him to get over there. What I did want to mention before is on Tuesday, I mentioned that we was going to talk about the lads that are out on loan, and unfortunately, it got away from me somewhat because we were so busy doing everything else and talking as we do. We didn't really cover it, and I thought, you know what, let's just let you guys know where we are when it comes to the lads that are out on loan and everything else. And like I say, that not a lot is going on, if I'm honest with you, regarding the lads. Max Thompson is Ayr United. The Magpies goalkeeper was the hero on Tuesday, saving 2 penalties as the Honest men beat St Johnstone at Falkirk in the quarterfinals of the Scottish Challenge Cup. He did well. Harrison Ashby and Joe White at Bradford City. A 1-0 home win over Stockport County in League One on Tuesday was achieved with Harrison as an unused substitute and Joe not even in the squad.
Not even making it Bradford, man.
Exactly.
These would be the star players in our under-21s.
Yeah,
these were Joe White. There was very high hopes for him.
Yeah, exactly.
When he was a Ben, and it absolutely highlights the standard that we are coming from, and if we want to, it's going to take probably 10 years before we can get to the academy standards of these top clubs who've been recruiting kids from being 7, 8 year old. It's not a thing that happens overnight.
No.
And this is where, for me, a lot of the cries for get the young ones on, Eddie is seeing them in training every day.
Yeah, you must see something that, like I say, we just see a name, don't we, most of the time. And I think that's the issue. Charlie MacArthur, he's at Ayr Dronians. 90 minutes came at the cost of a yellow card for the defender on Friday night in the 1-0 home defeat to St Johnstone in the Scottish Championship. Tyler Jones at Dunstan UTS. Frozen pitch caused a postponement, so he didn't get a game either. Joe Brayson was at Mulpeth Town. The young forward's initial loan has been extended, but he could do nothing to prevent the Highwaymen losing 4-0 at home to Warrington Roylands in the Northern Prem League. Antonio Cordero was at Cadiz. Saturday saw Antonio's featured in the first half of a 1-1 draw at Burgos in Liga 2, a game that our man in the stand summarised in one word. Do you know what that word was? Shocking.
Brilliant.
Shocking. Odi Vlaco finished 1-1 at home to Alaves, and we all know there's issues with Vlad. He doesn't want to come home, and he certainly doesn't want us to get anywhere near the asking price. Travis Hearns is at Groningen. The midfielder appears as the 85th minute substitute at home to Utrecht in the Eredivisie on Saturday, where they score stood at 1-1, with visitors won it at time added on. Trevin Sanusi is at Lorient. Injury meant the winger was unavailable for Sunday's League One game. So there you go. And apart from Matt Target, who again was substituted in the 3-1 loss to Coventry with the Borough. Coventry are doing really well, if I'm honest with you, this season.
Super chat from Yano. Cheers. You know why? Can some happy clapper explain 4 goalies? What on earth?
Yeah, exactly.
I've got no idea on the goalies, but to be fair, if they
I think
weren't
it's only
there,
3 to be fair.
Harris,
it's 4 with Pope,
Ramsdale,
isn't it?
Ruddy,
4 with Pope.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just a case of, let's be honest, our bench would be a much smaller if they weren't there. You can say take Sung Soo, etc., but I think the reality is that most of them, they're not going to come on the pitch when Joe Linton, Jacob Murphy, Asula, and Jacob Ramsey are there. They do play on Friday. I think it is the under-21s. So they're going to, I know it's the experience of going to, Azerbaijan and stuff, but the under-21s, they still want to do well. I think most players that will go there, and we've got some decent backup for the goalkeeper position, which maybe is why he's took Harris and not the rest. But yeah, 4 goalies doesn't really make sense. Just take 3 and have 1 less player on the bench.
I just think it also proves how thin our squad is, if I'm honest with you, when you've not really got enough to fill all 25 seats. And the only reason Ruddy's come in now is obviously because of, we heard that, what's his name? It's gone out of my head. He's out for the season. And obviously he's not going to be appearing again. So all they've done is took one out and brought an older crew in. And again, as Wynne says, the problem is with upsetting the under-21s. I mean, the under-18s seem to be flying at the minute. They're joint third at the moment. And there's some really good, exciting players in the under-18s. And I'm not sure, if I'm honest with you, whether you'll see an under-18 player appear quicker than you will an under-21, because they are on a technical level better, and I think that is the only thing I can say. And like I said, some of those players that are in and around what we thought was going to come through the Ashby, and so as Wynne says, they've literally just dropped off the team sheet completely and gone elsewhere. And like I say, when you can't get into Bradford City, what chance have you got? Same with Joe White. We thought something of him was potentially coming our way, but obviously didn't happen. And then the other one is Harrison. We thought he was going to, for a 3 million, we thought he was going to do something good, but it doesn't happen either.
Was that in the house? Good evening, gentlemen and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Good evening, gentlemen and Wynne.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking forward to a good game.
You know why that is, don't you? It's because you're Sir. That's what.
I see.
Yeah.
Cheers, Was. I hope you're doing well, buddy.
Yeah, cheers, Was that? Like I say, we are literally on 7 minutes before kickoff, and like I say, we will be with you again straight after this little break.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio,
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube,
on the AB,
and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk,
the voice of the Toon Army.
So looking at some of our high flyers, really interesting to see on Sofa Score, if you look at previous games, that Dan Burn is above Malik Chow. And even Kieran Trippier is above Malik Chow on points. I find that hard to believe, if I'm honest with you, because I think Malik Chow has probably been the one out of all of them that's been on the steady. He's had one bad game, which he was substituted by, if you class it as that's the reason. But I did find it a little bit hard to swallow when I saw Dan Burn. Again, I love the fact that he's up there. Botman obviously recovering from his back. It's nice to have.
It's from Blythe, you know.
He's from Blythe. It's nice to have that passion from Dan Burn, because you do get that 5% because of where he's from, and you get that bounce. But again, do you think it's a bit harsh on Malik Chow?
I think Chow's had a few games where there'll be what is down as an individual error. Yeah, exactly that. Individual errors on stat sites can take you down from a 7 to a 5. And I think what Dan Burn does most games, we could maybe say, he should do better there. It's not actually down as an individual error, and that's sort of why. I do think it's harsh. I think Malik Chow has been my best player. by far, outside of Bruno, should I say, this season. So it is harsh, but I can see why it's been given just on those individual errors.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like you say, you go through our midfield, like Joe Willock on a 7.15 at the minute, and I'm looking at, and you put him alongside Tonali, who's on a 6.87.
One game, and although the Tonali stat should have took a big spike when he got the two goals, but Willock's goal, of course, I'll have him up there.
Yeah. I haven't seen that, Lee. Apparently, speaking on Burn, did you see he still has a bandage on his back?
I noticed one on his shoulder. I didn't see it on the back. Wow.
Well, it may be just that tape. That
Same one.
The physios. Yeah, I think it's probably that. But again, you don't know, because like when he had that fracture in his back when he fell from that great height, he obviously may still have some issues regarding that. But like I say, the kinesiology tape you were talking about in the chat with, which is a fabulous tape that keeps joints in line, especially if you had a previous injury and you've got some scar tissue in and around the repair. By keeping that tape on, keeps the joint running parallel or in line. So that's why physios and players sometimes psychologically prefer it. You know what worries me though is when I start seeing bandages just for bandage sake. You know what I mean? Where you get them. Have you noticed now how many bandages we've got around wrists these days? And you know what that's for? No, around wrists.
Or wrists.
Wrists as well.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that?
Just for when they're landing, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just to give them support. It's that they all think the boxes, obviously, that they're using the hands more than anything else these days. I've never known so many bandages on wrists since I have over these last 3 or 4 seasons, if I'm honest with you.
I think Maxi started that trend, didn't he?
Well, yeah, probably has.
Certainly part of it.
Yeah, would-be farmer. Remember, win, lose today, Eddie is a superhero with a 10 list of accomplishments. Okay, that's a good one. David Spencer, he's in the chat. Welcome, one and all. Gavhouse, he's there. Obviously, he's been there. Ian Fleming and the usual crew. Welcome on board, everybody. It's lovely to have you. I remember reading, this is Gavhouse, what the Milan fans were saying when he signed. Done a lot better than I thought, says Gavhouse. And that's,
well, the Milan fans, I could have a look on the Milan chats then, using good old Google Translate. And, they were all saying good riddance, more or less. They had him pegged as a Titus Bramble. Quality player, but, there was a goal against in every game. And to be fair, that's kind of been translated to here, although they have been few and far between.
I suppose support when you fall, says Gavos. I think the biggest thing for me is you're only as good as the people in front of you. It's like a keeper, isn't it? I think sometimes what I've seen from Malik Chow, because our midfielders at times has gone awry. We haven't been the support that we could be in front of them. We haven't had the fullbacks that we usually have. There's been a lot of movement. And that was one of Eddie Howe's gripes, wasn't it? The fact that we have, he likes to try and keep that continuity, if you like, within the side. So that's certainly one that I would like to see change, if I'm honest with you. Just get that continuity, keep us, a solid side with the odd rotation, but keep that continuity so players just get used to who they're playing with. And I think he's got us out of more trouble than he has put us in trouble, put it that way.
Well, yeah. I'm going to do the new version of Eddie, and I'm going to go and get me bottle of dog now. Be proactive instead of reactive.
Yeah, indeed. There was some talk on the chat saying that there's only 800 fans travelled. I thought there was somewhere in the region of 2,000 that had travelled, but only 800 apparently.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot more. I know when I was looking, I know tickets went to members because I did look. I thought about getting myself over there, but obviously flights are a bit mental. But yeah, I heard there was going to be 1,900. So if only 800 have gone, there is also a chance that that's because if the ticket office over there, that's where you've got to go get your tickets. There's a chance people spend $1,000 or something, get over there with the tickets as well, and don't have a guarantee of getting into the stadium. So I can see why some people might have not binned it off, but went against their better judgment, went with their better judgment, should I say, and stayed at home.
Yeah, you're right. Just the teams, Newcastle all in green as we expected, with what we thought. Again, the television seems to go with more of a 4-2-3-1, so it's going to be an interesting one from that one. As you go through the teams, you're just literally waiting for the kickoff. Pope, Hall, Byrne, Chow, Trippier at the back. They've got Willock and Tonali, like I say, sitting in the sixes with Barnes, Voltemada and Alanga as the three attackers, with Anthony Gordon, the man up, taxed with the person to be up top to score the goal. So here we go, Newcastle underway, and straight away Trippier out to Alanga on that left side, back to Malik Chow, gives it to Byrne, who throws it into the feet of Tonali straight away. And again, Newcastle just trying to keep hold of the ball, but the press is on. Ball again up towards Alanga, and again he's brought down there, and the referee has allowed the game to continue. We didn't see anything wrong with that one. And Qarabag now get the free kick out on that right hand side. So it's very busy with Jankovic there going down on that left hand position at the start of the game. Newcastle obviously wanting to play football, and it looks like there's going to be space in and behind Qarabag from what I can see so far as they attempt to play this ball. Harvey Barnes brings the ball back alongside Voltemada. He has got an opportunity to try and get the ball into the box. He tries a cheeky one into the near post, but unfortunately too close to the keeper. Kachalski for Qarabag. Looks a hard man there, coach. Look at that. Crikey, he's like Action Man. Remember those eagle eyes?
You wouldn't want to bump into him in the street, would you? Sorry, sir.
And now we've got the ball has gone out of play to that right-hand side. Ball back in play now to Hall. Comes back into Barnes. And again, just on a turn there, and he's beat his player, all ends up. Hall picks over the ball again now and just brings the ball back to Dan Byrne, who goes on the diagonal, long ball across field towards Trippier. Heads on straight away down the line to try and get, again, we've seen Willock, who's nowhere near Tonali as the six. So again, it does look more like that 4-1-4-1 when we've got the ball.
Dan Byrne with his best impression of Cher there.
Yeah, it was a great crossfield ball.
Was.
And now he's breaking forward.
I'm going to say now he's on the march, and now it's Gordon into the box. He shoots! Get in! Anthony Gordon, 2 minutes gone. Qarabag 0, Newcastle 1. The Gordmeister in the Champions League. He seems to come to life, doesn't he?
Oh, he loves the Champions League. But was that Dan Byrne from centre-back just running forward and playing a killer ball?
Just 2 assists on the trot.
Oh,
incredible. Yeah, watch this. He picks the ball up on the halfway line, gets pressed from one of the Qarabag players, and then he just plays a beautiful ball. That's 2 assists in 2 games if you count the Tonali one.
Yeah, this could, to be honest, this is a perfect start for Newcastle. And you thought if Newcastle were going to make it a demolition job.
Forward style.
Yeah,
good
great finish.
And I must admit, he took that well, didn't he?
He certainly did.
Yeah, absolutely. And
well, there you go, 1-0 to Newcastle early on. I haven't even had time to catch my breath yet. And all the lads in the black and white are all dancing in the crowd there.
They're loving it.
A very damp night, if I'm honest with you. The track looks a bit moist, but that could be just from the sprayers. And Qarabag now picking the ball up. Mustafa Zada picking the ball up, going square to Medina. Again, just sucking Gordon in and bringing it back inside Medina, taking a risk, plays it out now to Silva on this right-hand side, but Hall whips it off him. Harvey Barnes now, Hall dancing towards that party, towards the back stick, and Anthony Gordon. Can it fall to Willock? No, it can't. And it's Qarabag who bring the ball out of danger. Certainly getting a lot of room down this left-hand side, lads.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I think a large part of it is because of the press. Qarabag are trying to get forward. They're doing it now, and they're trying to get 3-on-3. But we keep winning the ball with the high press and causing them problems.
Yeah, it's an interesting start.
Now into 4-5-1.
Yeah, here we go. Back into that 4-5-1 shape. And like I say, it seems very much more like the Newcastle we know. Ball on that left-hand side now with Qarabag. Again, just trying to get a touch of the ball in these early stages. Qarabag, because they've been under a lot of pressure. Again, Newcastle just happy to have the ball on the halfway line. Not really forcing the issue. It's sometimes where we've switched off, though, isn't it? Where we've been a little bit out of the game. So we just need to be on the ball here. Qarabag, again, playing the ball out on that left-hand side, going a little bit deeper, looking to cross. Brings it into the byline, and again, he whips the ball in, but it's out of play there. And Pope had got the ball in his hands anyway. But it was, he did show a little bit of form down that left-hand side.
Yeah, let's be honest. They are more capable than what they've shown. But
what a ball!
Yeah, they're showing the replay. They're absolutely fantastic. They are more capable than what they've seen. Newcastle, I think we've shocked them by playing that press early on, and we've got the goal because of it.
Yeah, Gav House is already prediction is gone from 3-1 to 7-0.
I mean, like I say, 20 hindsight, wonderful thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big Nick winning the ball in the air.
That's it. The referee is, again, just given Qarabag a chance here to get the ball forward. Mustafada, again, with being fouled by Big Volt, the Germ. Lots of rumours about Voltamada in and around whichever platform you tend to listen to. Is that literally just all coming, do you think, to unsettle the player?
Yeah, I think it shows Bayern's desperation, but Qarabag have got him behind here, actually, in behind Kieran Trippier.
It's across the box. And again, Qarabag picked the ball up on that right-hand side of the box. They played it to the byline. And again, the cross gets blocked from Trippier out for a corner for Qarabag. Like I said, they certainly do like to get forward very quickly, don't they, on that transition when they get the ball.
Yeah, I don't know if playing on the left side's their personal favourite, but it's either that or they're targeting Kieran Trippier early on.
Well,
so I'm going to hope the ball
comes in right there to block that.
Yeah, ball fed out from that corner from Pope, who climbed it really well in the air to Trippier down the right-hand side, feeds it into Elanga. Again, there's lots of boos and whistle every time Newcastle have the ball, which is expected in places like this. Again, Anthony Gordon drops into that half space and just picks up that ball and allows some time for Willock. And Tonali now picks the ball up, fires it up towards Elanga, who's got time to turn. Feeds the ball into Willock, who's got a run at goal here. He's into the box. Willock plays it into Harvey Barnes, who shoots! Ooh. Saved by the keeper. Can they get the rebound? No, they can't. And it's out for a corner. Ooh.
Lovely football, that. All the way up.
Very good.
Yeah, really
nice little movement from Willock, that, to be fair. On the diagonal run, sees the chance to feed in Harvey Barnes, who was in a much better position, to be fair. And Harvey Barnes, ball was slightly behind him, to be fair, when he took the shot off. But, I mean, again, he gets it on target, and that's all you can ask when you're in the box. Get it on target, make the keeper work, and see what you can do in a second. So let's see where we are with this one. Again, let's make these set pieces count, boys. Ball coming into the box. It comes... I mean, like I say, there's a bit of a delay. Ball low and hard. Comes out to Tonali, who shoots. First, back out to Trippier, who's got time to take his time, get it to the back stick. It's out and it's goal! Another goal! Well done, lads! I'm not sure who got that. I think it's Malik Chow again. It is. Big Malik Chow. Another gem. Gets in that back stick. Heads it down. Get in. 2-0 the Toon. On 8 minutes. Here we go, boys.
Might end up with more goals than Wissa at the end of this season. He's absolutely prolific. And he might do even if Wissa kicks on, because Malik Chow, what a threat he is in that box.
What a header down that is.
He's shot by Tonali.
Yeah, long shot, comes back out. Great ball in.
What a great header down that is.
That's
on the right-hand side of the keeper.
A replica of Dan Burns against Liverpool.
I think it was a bit further out with Dan Burn. I think it was, but you're right. He's deep in that corner. But it was a great ball in, if I'm honest with you. And again, Trippier under no pressure from the Qarabags, and he puts an absolute peach of a crossing. To be fair.
Well, who'd have thought it? I did.
No, I certainly didn't expect 2-0 in the first 10 minutes.
Now, 1 goal in 9 matches in the Champions League now for Malik Chow. But again, he seems to. They're just having a quick look at this by the looks of it, VAR, to make sure that there was no free kick or infringement on the build-up.
Yeah. The referee's face almost said, "I've got no idea what's going on here," but they've asked for a call. Yeah, it's officially given. We've kicked off again.
It's kicked off again. Again, Qarabag picks the ball up, and again, a bit shell-shocked, if I'm honest with you. But again, Newcastle are on the press. They're not allowing Qarabag out of their own half at the moment. And again, Toon Army high up in that half space again to get his foot on that ball. It's a goal kick to Qarabag. But again, you can see the intention from the green shirts and Newcastle to try and win that ball in as out the field as you possibly can to get the attack and the turnover back on. So it's good football at the minute from Newcastle. And Lewis Hall and Harvey Barnes down this left-hand side are absolutely tearing a new one into the Qarabag defence. The ball again comes down to this right-hand side. And again, Lewis Hall literally not allowing the right back any space. And Newcastle, again, vying for every single ball at the moment. And again, it's out of play because of the press from, Newcastle should have had that ball, to be fair, but it's been given to Qarabag. I didn't see much in that, though, to be fair, apart from the Qarabag defender miscontrolling it. The ball's all the way back anyway with Kuchelski, the keeper, and it's, again, comfortable to play out the back, Qarabag. Again, they don't look very competent to playing out from the back. That's the problem. With Kafakoyev, they're making a mistake in the left back.
Let's just say it's on brilliant press, because I know we're 2-0 up against a team we don't know anything about, but these do tend to do well against other teams. So it's our brilliant press that's making them just fall apart. That's the way I want to look at it.
Yeah.
Any apprehension that they felt before kickoff is now doubly heightened,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. A ball
and
again fed out centrally and down to the right-hand side, but that's a really poor ball.
These are terrible.
That's a really poor ball from Qarabag, to be fair. And Newcastle, again, win the ball back on this right-hand side with Lewis Hall.
Lovely.
From Lewis Hall.
Brilliant.
Down the line to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes driving in towards the box. Plays it into Willock. Willock now on the turn. Gets a shot off, but it's blocked by Medina, who's able just to clear his lines and on to the head of Toon Army, who, again, I wanted him to get underneath that ball, but it looked like he was going to run away. And then Toon Army kicks it out of play for a throw into Qarabag. Again, it's amazing to watch this, because, like I say, they don't know, or it doesn't look as though they know how to play football. If I'm honest with you,
they know how to play against the high press. That's for sure.
No, absolutely not. And again, when you look at the teams that have struggled when they've gone to Qarabag, is that more the fact that they've just thought, we've won it before we've kicked a ball? Again, Voltamada here comes out to Anthony Gordon, feeds in Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes gets it out, goes square to Willock. Willock's got the opportunity to give it Trippier on that right-hand side. Trippier now, with time to control the ball, picks the ball up, plays it square with Willock. Lovely give and go. Trippier into the box. And again, Medina in the way, but it's only fallen to Willock on the edge of the box. He goes square to Lewis Hall. Harvey Barnes now on the corner of the penalty area into Willock, and again tries to give and go. Ball up over the top, and again it's cleared within the 6-yard box with literally no green shirts in and around that ball. It would have been an easy tap in if there was somebody there, but again, Newcastle dominating this ball, not really allowing Qarabag an opportunity, to be fair, to even have 2 or 3 passes at the minute, lads.
No, I don't. That's the thing. I don't know if this is Qarabag being really poor or Newcastle being really good. And to be honest, from what I'm seeing, we're playing lovely football. But I am also seeing the defenders, stand there, just anticipating the ball to hit them almost. So I don't know what it is, but I'm enjoying watching it. Newcastle playing very, very well.
Are we City in disguise, you ask yourself, because it's 4-1-4-1. And like you say, it is nice football. But again, Qarabag just kicking the ball forward to try and get Duran involved in the game. I don't think the lad has had a touch of the ball yet in the first 14 minutes.
Yes.
Tonali out to Lewis Hall now down this left-hand side. Again, Lewis Hall has no press on him, so he gives it back to Tonali. Tonali again looking to get that ball forward into Gordon. Gordon now gives the ball. He's got through. Anthony Gordon, off the goalkeeper. Tries to put it underneath the body. And again, the keeper dives to his right-hand side. But again, it's Qarabag giving the ball away in dangerous with Alanga. Alanga picks the ball up, but again, it's Harvey Barnes trying to feed the ball into Willock. And now there's a bit of a chance for Qarabag to get a break on. Ball now down this right-hand side. Again, having to go back because of the Newcastle defensive line. And again, they're on the halfway line, Qarabag. A good opportunity there, guys, for Gordon to get his second.
Yeah, that should have been.
Yeah, he should have scored. He's got to do better if he wants to play centre forward in those kind of situations. But he took the first one brilliantly. If he keeps doing that, every other chance.
How many forwards have you seen over the years? Perez comes to mind. Almiron comes to mind. Where when it's just when they've got to make a very quick snapshot to make the right decision, but when they've got time, that extra half second to decide what they're going to do,
they get it wrong.
Wrong option.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I mean, to be fair, he had a couple of options. He could have laid it off there as well, couldn't he? I mean, that's the thing. Qarabag now picking the ball up again under a lot of pressure from Voltamar, who does really well. Drives up towards the halfway line, feeds in Anthony Gordon on the inside left position. Again, driving one-on-one at the moment. Again, there's a couple of defenders come back. Anthony Gordon gets it back. Harvey Barnes with the shot! Oh! Just past the right-hand side of the post. Keeper diving. I think he had it covered, to be fair. But again, great football from Newcastle.
Yeah, wins right.
Wins the ball, feeds Gordon. Gordon unselfishly feeds Barnes, and
I mean, he seemed to drag it, didn't he?
Yeah,
I don't know. They're saying it was a deflection, to be fair. It's deflection. It's a corner. That's why it went behind. So there you go.
Oh, there we go.
So here we go. Let's see if the big Malik Chow can do something with this one. It looks like Tonali
on
to take
corner.
this set piece this time. Again, he's
Malik
just
Chow
trying to keep
hat-trick,
Trippier from running the yards. The ball comes in again to that back stick. And again, to the wrong person, unfortunately, that was on the back stick, Anthony Gordon. Couldn't get on the end of that, and it's out for a goal kick to Qarabag.
Interesting to see how they've set up, because I don't think they're not giving us that much respect. I don't think they're giving with too much, should I say, but it just seems like every time they get the ball, we're just on them, and the press is absolutely killing them. So just seeing the onside call there for the second goal, it's actually a bit tighter than you might have thought, but it doesn't really matter because it was a goal.
He certainly didn't need to have his hair cut to be onside. That's what I'm saying. It was much clearer daylight between the players on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, we are 17 minutes gone. Qarabag 0, Newcastle 2 in Azerbaijan. And again, big vault.
In left back position, effectively.
I'm going to say, yeah, exactly. On that left-hand side, fires the ball across though to Trippier on the right-hand side. Again, the line is to try and break lines through the middle. Gordon now picking the ball up in the attacking third. Elanga dropping the ball back to Tonali. And again, Byrne giving it back to Tonali, who's, again, just trying to keep the ball and draw Qarabag out from that mid-block. Ball over to Harvey Barnes on this left-hand side now. Harvey Barnes faced Elanga coming across to overload. Hall, Barnes, back to Hall. Elanga goes on the diagonal. Voltamar digs the ball over the top. And unfortunately, Harvey Barnes just loses his footing and it's cleared, but it's only out for a throw into Newcastle. Again, some nice play though, boys. I mean, it's nice to see them trying to do something different. But was that over elaborate from Voltemada there, do you think?
He likes to do it, doesn't he? The little flick over. We've seen it a few times. But yeah, it was a bit too much. A ball along the floor would have probably worked just as well. But hey, if he wants to try it, 2-0 up in the first 20 minutes is probably the best time.
Yeah, Michael, I'm just going to reset, if you wouldn't mind, mate. Just continuing for me for a second.
Yeah, no worries. Tonali on the ball into Willock. Newcastle playing it round sort of the back into midfield, just holding on to it a little bit. It goes out wide to Trippier, back into Willock. Lovely little sort of one-touch play here. Over the top for Alanga to run onto, but the makeshift left-back, I was going to say he does enough. He ends up bringing down Anthony Alanga, and that is a free kick to Newcastle United.
There you go. And we are, like I say, in a decent position again with this one. So 20 minutes. And again, it's all Newcastle as we speak, with Qarabag not able really to get in the final third of the Newcastle half. So it is all very much being played in the Qarabag half of the field. 99 for their keeper number. That's a strange number, isn't it? With Kachelski. Have they got 99 players? You have to ask yourself.
Lewis Hall
waiting for Lewis Hall.
Free kick here.
To throw this in-swinger in.
Yeah.
Again, just trying to wait for some movement from the green shirts. Good ball in. And again, it's half cleared. But again, it's only fallen to Anthony Gordon. But it's fired away from Silva. And I think that was Silva. It might have been Bicalo, actually. And it's out for a throw into Qarabag deep in their own half on this right-hand side. But again, keeper does enough just to get a hand on it, to be fair. Good free kick under the bar. And like I say...
Yeah, just to be fair, it's going on target, isn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. This is what I thought. This is what's going to happen. I think it's Jankovic who's down at the minute. And I think he's going to make a change. He doesn't want to play anymore. 2-0 down after 20 minutes. I want to come off. He's doing an anti-Gordon.
Right, I was just going to say. Let's not go there.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
if he's bottling it, yeah, it's good to be the team he's bottling it to, rather than some of the absolute tragedies we've seen over the years. And I'm not talking Anthony Gordon, but it's nice to be the other team in that scenario for a change.
Yeah, it looks like it's Mustafa Sada, the centre-back, the right centre-back that's down. He's seen enough after 20 minutes, and he wants off. And the referee, the coach for Azerbaijan, he's having a chat. There you go. He's just walking away now. Gingerly, to be fair. Great header that. He's just having a look at Malik Chow's repeat of his goal. Done really well.
Yeah, and it's been a great start from us, really, hasn't it? I know you can talk all about the opposition and what their quality is, but at the end of the day, you can only beat what's in front of you. And a lot of teams in the Champions League haven't done that in Qarabag. Newcastle have turned up, took them seriously, and got a great lead in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I suppose what you can do, well done again in the final third from Tonali. Again, really high on this line. It's lovely to watch when they're flowing Newcastle. To be fair, Dan Burn out on this left hand side. Tonali again, getting the ball first time up into that attacking third zone for the lads to run onto. And again, Qarabag on the back line, big vault sitting in the half space. Could be cautioned here. Left his foot in a little bit.
I don't think.
And I think that's on Montiel again, and not really having a chance to get hold of the ball here. Azerbaijani team, Qarabag. Danny Bolt. I wonder whether he's fast. Are you Usain's brother?
We're going to need him.
Yeah.
His brother Usain had an equally as good football career in Australia, didn't he?
Paul there,
Yeah. Don't really think there was a lot wrong with that, to be fair, from Volt.
No, just a little bit standing on him from the follow through.
Yeah, well, I think it's more the player running into him, wasn't it? Then he's just got his foot in front of him and he trips over it, to be fair. don't think there was no intention there, but it is a free kick to Qarabag. And again, they just having a chat.
Potential red card check.
What? He's over.
Check over.
I'll tell you something now. Honestly.
There's a Maccaman VAR going, please, please.
Yeah, the ball again going long. Dan Burn sees that one now, heads it forward up towards Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall on a bit of pressure here. And again, Qarabag do well down this right-hand side. And again, I think that is Mr. Bolt, who's just come on down that right-hand side. Looks up for this game.
Yeah, him against Dan Burn could be a worry.
Yeah, Danny Bolt here. He has looked a bit lively, I must admit, coming through there. And again, Newcastle sitting in this 4-5-1 mid to low block and a ball chance. Medina there round the back of Newcastle. But Popey sees the danger and runs out and claims that in his purple-pink outfit of the day.
Yeah, very
I can't see you being under... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if we keep this as we are at the moment, I can't see Nick Pope having to do much.
Lovely. Beautiful.
You know, down this right-hand side again, he loses that one, Lewis Hall, a bit too easy, and there's a chance. But again, it's a really heavy touch from Bolt this time, and it's he's holding his foot, saying he got trud on. And the referee again has given the free kick to Qarabag. Didn't think there was a lot in that one either, to be fair.
No, let's see it again. Oh, there's nothing in that.
No. If anything, they're...
If anything,
again with the ball.
I'm surprised they didn't go for another red card check.
Yeah, exactly. Voltamada now down this left-hand side. Plays the ball inside. Anthony Gordon now to Tonali on this left-hand side. Tonali's got options. Plays it inside. Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon feeds Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes! Oh! Goalkeeper does well, to be fair, to close the space, close the distance between himself and Harvey Barnes. And it's a corner to Newcastle. Should have been another one, to be fair.
Yeah, I actually thought it was the wrong ball, saying it's still a great ball through to Harvey Barnes, but Willock on the other side, so much time into Barnes, though. Brilliant pass either way, and decent save by the keeper as well.
Yeah, I'm going to say, how many times have we seen that now? Newcastle have options in the box. We haven't seen it often, to be fair, and yet today, we are all over these guys. When it comes to that final third, we just need to be a little bit more clinical, even though we're 2-0 up. Yeah. Ball into the box from Trippier again, headed clear, and it's Tonali underneath it trying to get something on that. Keeper does with the punch, and I don't know what Ilanga's just hoofing it in the air. Just now Voltamada trying to get it under control, and it's fallen to Qarabag, who have got an option now on that left-hand side over the halfway line, and the crowd goes raw as the Qarabagis get a chance to get the ball into the box, and it's now a corner kick to Qarabag. It's a basketball game, lads.
Yeah, absolutely. Qarabag coming into it a little bit more now. Obviously, Newcastle still looking dangerous on the break, but Qarabag still got a bit more about them now. Yeah,
ball won back after the corner come to nothing. Willock now with the ball over the top, trying to feed Harvey Barnes. Not the best touch. Go to the Gordon. Oh, again the keeper with a save.
Hey, this is
how many chances have there? We should have been 5 already.
Newcastle with some great play there over the top for Harvey Barnes. The defender's got no problem at all, just trying to take out Harvey Barnes. Gordon runs onto it, and his shot is saved well by the goalkeeper, who's already made 3 or 4 decent saves.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't move for that. The ball hit him, didn't it? I mean, that was the one that got me.
If it's Nick Pope, we're saying it's a great save.
It's a great save, absolutely. If it was the other end, it was a perfect save. Great positioning.
Exactly.
A little bit of a tussle in the box that the referee's not happy with. And he's had a word with
the defender.
Yeah. Danny Bolt, who's just come on, who's looking up at Dan Bird, but who doesn't? Again, he's not happy. Mr. Byrne, he's having a chat. Ball comes low this time. Again, there's a chance for Harvey Barnes. Come on! Oh, Ilanga there. Sorry, it was Willock with another half chance, but it was blocked on the way through into the corner. Was going to be another goal, that one, if it wasn't blocked. The keeper was stationary.
Yeah, look, I think that might go to VAR, because I think that hit a hand on the floor, and in the Prem, it wouldn't be given, but wouldn't surprise me if in the Champions League to take a look.
Yeah, we'll see. Hall now on the halfway line. Voltemada, again, dropping into that deep zone. Goes square to Tonali. Tonali now picking the ball up and just look at, I don't know what's going on here.
Hang on, this might be it. Potential penalty check.
Yeah, they are.
And they're not even waiting for the ball to go dead.
Barnes' reaction was it for me? Yeah,
it's right.
Definitely hits his hand.
That's the thing in the Premier League. You probably don't go for it that much. But...
Yeah, he's just throwing his body into the ground. I mean, I didn't even see that. To be fair, so it was a great spot, Michael.
Barnes' reaction. I saw it hit a body part, and then Barnes' reaction there told you everything. Now, for me,
review.
By the way, it was going in.
Yeah, it was. It looked like it was definitely going into the corner.
I hate that that's going to be given. I mean, I know it's benefit to us, but I think you've got to give the defender a bit of leeway in those situations.
I just think the fact that they've stopped play whilst it was going on.
It's got to be a penalty.
It's got to be a penalty, hasn't it?
They are more or less telling them you've got to give this kid.
Espanescas comes back to the field of play, whistle in mouth. He's pointing. It's a television. It's a penalty. There you go. You're absolutely spot on, mate.
It's harsh because he's got his hand just to stop landing flat on the deck, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's a hard one. If you're the defender, it's a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You don't like to see it. It's one of those. We'd be fuming if it was given against her, but that's the way the Champions League is. They do give penalties for those kind of situations. So you've got to take it. We get it against us. We're going to get it for us this time.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, PSG. Remember that one? You're thinking, his hand was nowhere away from his body, deflected up at him to a degree with Tino. Anthony Gordon with this one now as it comes in the 31st minute. Could be a brace for Anthony Gordon. It'd be nice to see him get his hat-trick if he gets a chance today. Hopefully pick his mentality up.
There's
Gets
no
him
way
knocking on the door to the greats for the Golden Boot.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a great record in the Champions League this season.
He has.
He'll end up being the best Newcastle probably goals scored in the Champions League for a very long time, which I'm sure he'll love.
Anthony Gordon now just settling himself down before he takes his penalty. Referee is just waiting, getting everybody at the box. Anthony Gordon! Oh, that's a great penalty, to be fair. Up in the top bin. 3-0 Newcastle. Get it!
Yeah, we might not like how it came, but great penalty. At the end of the day, that's the way.
By the way, it would deserve to be at least 3-0.
We do.
Oh, mate, you should be 5 up already. That's the difference. It's a great penalty, to be fair. He hit that with some venom, didn't he? Keeper goes the right way, but it's I don't know whether he actually gets a hand on that, to be fair. I don't think he does, but like I say, it's a good, powerful hit. And I say a lot of the Qarabag players, as Anthony Gordon runs past them to celebrate, not happy.
We won 6. That's harsh. Show them a bit of respect.
Ronnie Turnbull's 5-0's looking good, isn't it? Or is it?
It is, absolutely.
8 goals in 9 matches now for Anthony Gordon. Not a bad return, I must admit.
Great return.
The heads have gone, mate. You can look at the body language now. They have gone already in the 33rd minute. The heads are all over the place. We should really go and take this to task now. Oh, well done, Voltemada, getting a towel on that one. Anthony Gordon again got a chance here. Anthony Gordon through a goal. He's past the keeper. 4-0. Anthony Gordon. Hat-trick. 3 say to the crowd. What the hell is going on? Medina trying to play a ball down the line, in the middle, through the gap, trying to play through the channels. It's picked up. Voltemada does really well. Feeds the ball back through to Anthony Gordon. The keeper's had enough now. Right. He wants crisps at half time. He's had enough.
He needs his halftime jelly orange. Yeah, this is getting embarrassing for Qarabag. 4-0 Newcastle United, and it could have been more. Poor passing, decent passing to the midfield, actually. Should have took a touch. Instead, the midfielder tries to play a pass. Baltimore cuts it out, goes to Anthony Gordon. He runs through, and it is a well-taken goal.
He's took that off him well.
Yeah, he has.
You know,
I mean, Medina made a right Rick there, didn't he? Bless him. He was the one who's tried to play it through. He shows the eyes to the keeper, brings it onto his left foot, and then just toe pokes it home. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, if anything, this just looks more embarrassing for anyone these beat.
Well, that was well taken.
And relax.
And relax.
Yeah, let's get... we may see some of the youngins today. You never know.
Yeah, this is what everybody's yelling for. Get the kids on now.
None of them came.
what I don't want to see happen is we do that and Qarabag come back into it.
Yeah, keep it profesh. Get 6 or 7. Then you can play the youngins in the home leg, and I don't think there's any problem at that.
No, exactly. Like I say, this is it's been a professional performance. I mean, like I said, you can't blame Qarabag. They have been outthought. They've been everything lesser than Newcastle in every area. To be fair,
Gordon, 9 goals,
9 in 9. Yeah, that's some going. Toon Army now picks the ball up just inside of the Newcastle half, gives it to Willock. Again, just playing it simple. Newcastle at the minute, trying to get them to run around. Dan Burn, all the way back to Pope. Again, goes square to Chow.
But we're not having to run around.
Yep, that's the one. Again, ball to Trippier over the top now, looking for Alanga. Alanga heads it back into Anthony Gordon. Goes square now to Voltemada. Voltemada's got 2 options on the left-hand side. But again, Qarabag just managed to get a toe on it. And it's out for a throw into Newcastle. It's been taken quickly. They don't want to hang around Newcastle. They want the job over and done with in the first half, if it ain't already. Hall goes all the way back to Dan Burn. Burn square to Chow. Chow now looks up and he goes through the middle to Alanga. And again, it's a nice give out to Trippier. Nice first time, who goes on the run then Alanga, but it's given to Anthony Gordon, who's dropped into the half space. Anthony Gordon out to this left-hand side. Harvey Barnes now has got time. Takes it to the byline, dinks it towards the 6-yard box. It's come out to Lewis Hall, chests it. He brings it under control. No, not quite. It is half cleared from Qarabag. And again, just them trying to get out of their own half. They'll be happy with that. But it's, again, the press from Newcastle. And all he can do, Montiel, is run it out of play. Newcastle, again, straight away with the game carrying on. It's relentless, if I'm honest with you, from Newcastle, boys.
Yeah, we're playing really, really well to the point where I'm starting to feel a little sorry for Qarabag. But this is the Champions League. This is where the big boys play. In Newcastle, we're not going to take it easy on a team just because they're not sort of at the level you need to be at the playoff. I think it just shows how well Qarabag have done to get here. So credit to them, but it's men against boys here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Men against the infants, if I'm honest with you. That's what it feels like, and that's what it's... Oh, that's terrible. Again, they're putting themselves under so much pressure at the back, Qarabag. And again, just manages to get it clear, but it's only falling to Dan Burn, who goes on the diagonal. Voltemada now. I'd love to get Voltemada on the score sheet to get his head out of the clouds, but it's difficult when you're 6'8". And again, drops it back to Tonali, who's, again, just got acres of space. Every Newcastle shirt. It's like we're playing with 13 players. Willock with an overrun there, and again comes through to Harvey Barnes. And again, Lewis Hall gets the tap off the Qarabag player, and it's a throw into Newcastle again, in line with the penalty area. Again, that's a poor throw. That was to Harvey Barnes from Lewis Hall, who's done well, though, to get that ball back. Tonali with a little sandwich out to Lewis Hall. Into Harvey Barnes again, picks the ball up around about 35 yards from the penalty area. Trippier, Tonali, Trippier. And again, as Qarabag go deeper, Newcastle just happy to play in a square on the halfway line. Malik Chow now play. Trippier asked for the ball, but then took his eye off where he was going. And he gives the ball away there, Chow. Back with Qarabag now. Again, just going back to Medina. Again, he goes
Press.
back to his keeper. Again, dodgy ball. That one again out to Bolt. Ball fired forward on the halfway line. Montiel now on the halfway line. Andrada. Montiel just literally picking the ball up and having a run down this left-hand side. But again, goes on the end side. Andrada now. And again, just fires it at towards the goal. But Big Dan Burn gets a block on into corner now for Qarabag. 39th minute, and it's Qarabag 0, Newcastle 4.
Yeah, I think the two best moments they've had in this game have both resulted with the winger smashing the ball against Dan Burn and trying to get a corner. I don't know if that's something they did against Chelsea as well, but into Nick Pope, the corner's easily taken by Nick Pope as well. Really poor.
I mean, Newcastle aren't hanging around at the minute. And again, the ball up from Trippier to Anthony Elanga on the edge of the box. He's tripped to Elanga. That's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. Around about 30 yards out on that inside right position, in line with the penalty box, if you like. And again, lovely place for the likes of Trippier to try and get the ball into that space. Keeper has flapped at a couple. He's got his hands. He's punching more than coming to collect. So again, put a bit of pressure on him and the defence. So we see what happens. 40 minutes gone. Let's get a fifth before half time. That'll be quality.
Yeah. At what point do you start to think, oh, I should be giving Lewis Hall, I could give Kieran Trippier a rest? Because I know they've done the journey, but it's job done now, isn't it? 40 minutes in. But at the same time, who would want to come off the pitch now? 40 minutes in, 4-0 up. Could be a cricket score.
That was a lovely ball in from Elanga this time. It was well worked with Trippier and Elanga, who just literally flicked it back. Bit of pace on the ball from Elanga. And Anthony Gordon again gets it on target, but it literally is down the keeper's throat. Harvey Barnes now picks the clearance up. Again, plays it inside to Lewis Hall, who's got literally the keys to Azerbaijan at the minute in Baku here. That's going to be a corner. Oh, the referee has given a goal kick here.
Sympathy. Voldemort is complaining, but I didn't actually see who got the last touch.
That's a hell of a... Oh, it was Dan Burn with the header, actually.
Yeah, if it's Anthony Gordon, I'm thinking, oh yeah, he's got it on target. That's all you can ask of someone his size. But Dan Burn, you kind of expect a little bit of a better header. But on target, happy days. Let's see what happens here. So Voldemort
never touches it, does he?
Doesn't look like either of them do.
I'm going to say, it just seems to go out of play, doesn't it? Oh, what's the matter with the keeper? He's not happy at all. He's asking where his defence is. They're in the kebab shop, mate. That's where they are.
Yeah, he's just screamed, wake up. And it now is a corner. Yeah. What is going on?
What's going on here?
Oh, this is a comedy in some places. Newcastle have the corner, Tonali to take. Could it be 5?
Oh, come on. Let's do this. Ball again. Tonali places, puts it underneath the bar. The keeper struggles, but he just gets it over the bar. Oof. Olympico again. I've only seen it once this season.
Yeah, this keeper is not happy, is he?
No.
It's a decent touch over the bar, though, I will say.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I say, this present moment in time, it's hard to see them even getting a shot off on goal, if I'm honest with you. Tonali again with the ball a bit deeper this time. The keeper fumbles. Oh, the referee has been kind. And he's saying the referee was shoved there. He's crying. The lad's crying. He's had enough.
I actually feel very sorry for him. I mean, he's went for it with one hand and Willock's on him. I think it's Willock. No, it's Malik Chow.
It's Chow. Chow again.
Chow wins the header.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing wrong with that, to be fair. It was just, no. I mean, like I say, the keeper has had enough. He's shouting at the defence. He's kicking the posts. Qarabag, yeah, exactly. Qarabag picking the ball again, getting into the Newcastle half. And again, Newcastle are just allowing Qarabag to have a bit of time on the ball. will they be able to get the ball back and break quickly, which seemed to be the ammo. Random, thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a minute. We've got Harvey Barnes, marauding down the left-hand side. Anthony Gordon now on the goal. Chance. Oh, he's down to the penalty box. Is it a penalty? Yes! Another penalty. Anthony Gordon gets tripped by the goalkeeper. Let's do random. Give someone membership. Thank you, buddy.
Anthony Gordon's press yet again.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't it?
It's gone to Kronos 8380. Thank you, Random, for that gift. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll show it at half time, dude. Thank you ever so much. But Chrono, if you can do Random, a massive thank you in the chat. That'll be thank you from all of us as well. And if you can continue your membership, that'll be fabulous. Welcome on board, sir. Yeah, there was nothing on that keeper.
No, who do you think takes this one then?
Oh, it'll be Gordon again.
Yeah, well, that was the opposite side. The way he got his third one.
Here we go. Let's see who takes this one. Again, Qarabag creating their own problems, if I'm honest with you.
Trippier's talking to Gordon.
Yeah, Trippier is... Well, he's shepherding everybody else back. Because I think it was Voltamada, again, who is coming in and saying, no, let me have one. And it was Trippier who's pushing everybody away. And if you look there, Trippier goes straight over to Dan Burn. And he's having a chat on the edge of the D with Dan Burn. Again, we talk about leadership group and everything else. Maybe there's something that needs addressing in the dressing room afterwards. Because, we keep saying, I mean, to me, if you've got your hat trick, do you carry on? Do you give somebody else a shout? Well, you've got to be professional. Put it to bed.
Top scorer in the...
Anthony Gordon runs up. Again, the other side. It's a great penalty again, Fantastic.
The thing is, you can't argue with Gordon taking penalties with his record. That is the issue. He's such a good penalty taker for us, and I'm sure we all want to see Voltamada get on the score sheet as well.
A half-hearted tap on the back.
Yeah. It was listen. Yes, I suppose you can say you've got your hat trick, give somebody else a shout. But this isn't about yourself. This isn't about individuals. This is about, getting the job done in Azerbaijan. So you can relax when you're at home. We need this game to be dead and buried. 5-0 half-time is a fantastic score for anybody. And it was a superb penalty.
Yeah, and I think if you're Anthony Gordon right now, you're thinking, I can get myself into the record books. Haaland, Messi, Luis Adriano, all got 5 goals in a game. That's the most anyone's got. You wouldn't be surprised if Gordon got 6.
This, like I say, this is this could be any number, if I'm honest with you now, because like I say, the lads, I love to see this, if I'm honest with you, because, when the lads are all hungry to score and put the name on the score sheet, that's what you want. I have no issues with Voltamada wanting to get involved and get on. Again, very lucky, and Voltamada does really well to win that ball back. Can it come to Louis Hall? It can. Louis Hall now on this left-hand side gets it into the penalty box, back stick, but it's over everybody, and it's too long. Frankie Gordon, but they've kept it in play, Qarabag, and they've let the ball go forward. And again, Trippier, who was covered by Elanga, to be fair, manages to get back and cover. But again, Willock does well to win the ball back on that left-hand side. And I think that was Zubair, who's, again, not really been mentioned. There's a lot of names that I thought would be a much better outlet for Qarabag. But, credit to Newcastle. They just haven't allowed Qarabag to even get a canter together, never mind kick a ball together. It has been a wall of green, if I'm honest with you, that they face. But there's an opposite. Zubair, for the first time I've mentioned him, to be fair.
No lapses.
On this right-hand side. No, again, trying to get as deep as they can before they cross. Dan Burn gets his head to it, but again, it doesn't go far. Tonali now picks the ball up, gives it to Willock. Willock gets it out of his feet, plays it across to Elanga on that right-hand side. Elanga gets the first touch out of his feet to try and beat the player. But again, he pulls on the arm. He pulled on the arm a little bit. The player collapses, and it's a free kick to Qarabag. And we are now at the end of the injury time of the first half. It's Newcastle leading as we speak. And I think that'll be the end of the first half. I mean, it's just been one-way traffic, boys, if I'm honest with you. Nothing really Qarabag have tried to do has been a challenge for Newcastle. But they have done what they need to do, executed a great first half. And like I say, everybody's congratulating. Oh, hold on. Oh, there is some unhappiness between Anthony Gordon and Kieran Trippier here. As you can see, Trippier's not having anything. He's upset, Trippier. And that's what I said. Let's see. Talking points, I think that is, guys, if I'm honest with you. I expected everybody to come off rosy, but it seems as though there's even 5-0's not good enough for some.
So maybe Trips was wanting Voldemort to take that one.
Yeah, 100%. I think they've said, look, Gordon, you've had your moment, you've got your hat trick. Let's let some of the other players on the pitch get on the score sheet, boost their confidence as well. And Gordon's just gone, no, I'm penalty taker. I'm going to take it and I'm going to score. And to be honest, when he scores penalties like that, I can't blame him.
No, I can't blame him either, except that should not be manifesting itself on the pitch at all. They should know.
Absolutely not.
They should know at the start who's doing what. And let's be honest, all this talk of give Walter Marder a penalty because it'll give him. Does it really? I mean, if anything, it piles the pressure on him because he's more or less got to score then. And if he doesn't, that just amplifies all the pressure that's on him.
Yeah,
if he scores, you're expected to.
Yeah.
So I don't see how it suddenly is supposed to give a striker confidence because he happens to have a goal against his name that he scored from a penalty.
Yeah, it's crazy. Gav House wants to know confirmation of what formation we're playing. Well, it's 1-1-10. 8. If I'm honest, listen, mate, I can't tell you even now, if I'm honest, because what you've got is both the lads sitting deep. We've seen Toon Army get into the half space in the attacking third. Willock's played a lot more in that half space. It does, on paper, look more of a 4-1-4-1, but to be fair, it's been 4-5-1 in attacking third. If I'm honest with you, we have not played with sixes, and that's what Eddie Howe wants, isn't it? Somebody asked what is our record in the Champions League so far, and if memory serves me right, isn't it 5-0?
5-0 NEC Breda in the first round of the UEFA Cup 03-04, and that was the first.
What about the Champions League though? That
4-0 Union Saint-Gilloise, wasn't it?
I thought it was. I thought wasn't it? Didn't we do a 5-0 against Feyenoord at St James's Park, where Bellamy scored and Viana?
That wasn't 5-0. I don't think
that was that was in Feyenoord anyway.
Oh, was it in Feyenoord? Was it
Yeah.
not at St James's? Oh, right. I thought I have a feeling or a memory that it was 5-0 anyway against Feyenoord. That's what I believe.
4-0 in the first round of the first cup win.
Because I know Craig Bellamy got a hat trick, didn't he? And Viana and Robert scored. So that was Bob Robson's.
Gordon is our penalty taker. End of, says Ian Fleming. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you very much. Boys, I am literally just going to take a quick break because I get really dry and coarse. So I'm just going to go and wet me whistle. I'll be back in a second.
You know what?
Absolutely no problem. Did you expect anything like this week? Because I was expecting it to be quite cagey.
My prediction was 1-0. I wasn't really worried about losing, but I wasn't convinced about the way we were going to set up and go about it. And we've obviously taken Tuesdays and Saturdays performances and said, look, let's go with it. And it is working a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a genuine thought now. So, just to Jodie's put in the chat, Gordon could actually break a record here. It's a little bit of a shame that they've gone off at the end. Trippier and Gordon arguing. No doubt that'll be sorted and squashed pretty quickly in the changing room. But for me, it's one of those that is without a doubt the best 45 minutes Newcastle United have put out there, and we can say, it's easy to say that when we're playing Qarabag and we're playing well, but this is a team that's done well against a lot of other teams, and it's our high press which is causing the issue, which, to be honest, I think it's the best press we've had this season. Would you agree with that?
I'm just swallowing. I absolutely agree with that. And well, you know me. I mean, I am a massive advocate of the press.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the squad we have at the minute, I tell you, just on a bit of a downer, if you like. I'm a bit disappointed with Elanga.
Okay.
Because I think, I don't know, I'd be interested to know how many times he's touched the ball, but it can't be many. And I remember thinking after 10 minutes when he got the ball, I think that's the first time, a bit like Asula on Saturday. I think that was the first time he touched it.
Yeah, so
it could be because they're coming down there with Walter Mara playing more to the left of centre. That's where they're directing the ball, so he's not getting. But Trips has been up there on multiple occasions, and Elanga hasn't been kind of there for him to pass to. So I'm not sure what actually he's doing.
Yeah, to be honest, I agree. I haven't seen too much of him. He's actually apparently had 22 touches, more than Voltamada. But what I would say with that is that shows you that Voltamada and even Barnes, who I think has just more, I can quickly check, but it just shows they're doing a lot more with the ball when they have it. And I know Alanga's had that cross for on the free kick, which was decent. But yeah, I completely agree from open play. There's been a couple of decent passes, but he's probably been the least effective out of the 4 forward players. But again, that's not saying much because the other 3.
Well, no, I mean,
good.
It's been fantastic. You bear in mind we've got 5, and we could have had at least another 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we make any changes at half time? Because obviously, I said we've got no youngsters on the bench. There is still Alex Murphy, Sean Neve, Asula's there, Leo Shahar. What do you think?
Well, I think 5-0. I don't know whether Anthony Gordon will be very happy about it, but I ask you. Listen, it won't bother me if he does. I'd probably prefer it if he does go for the changes now. 5-0 up, half time. Maybe he's a couple to start with, and see where we go. I think Lewis Hall could definitely, if you can't give Murphy a shot now,
when can you?
When can you?
Exactly.
And Lewis Hall needs a break. So I would definitely try and Trips got a bit of a knock on Saturday. Let's try Shahar as well. Why not?
A perfect game to try him, isn't it? It's one of those. I've always said there's never really a good time you get in a Premier League or when you're in competitive football to play these kind of players, but you're not going to get any better than it's not a great atmosphere in Baku, but it's one of those where Leo Shahar can come on. He's got the comfort of, even if I do make a mistake, it's 5-1. Same with Alex Murphy. I'd love to see all of them come on because it is the perfect time. But there is also Will Asula. He'll be wanting to get on the pitch as well and press.
I wouldn't mind bringing him on either. Maybe bring him on for Elanga. Although maybe not, maybe because Elanga needs to get some time in and.
I think,
but again, I'll not be screaming from the rooftops about Eddie not taking the chance to rotate and all this if he doesn't.
Oh no, absolutely not. Like, you've got to be professional at the end of the day, and to be fair, bringing on the kids is less than professional. I think he might still give it 15-20 minutes, just let the the second half calm down. These might go 5 at the back or whatever. Just try and halt the embarrassment. But whatever happens,
Galatasaray beating Juventus 5-2.
yeah, fantastic. Lloyd Kelly apparently had the worst performance at centre back that Italian football has ever seen, from what I was hearing. Really bad performance from him, but Juventus have fallen off a cliff, haven't they?
Yeah.
You'd expect a lot more from a team of that standard, but
It's
Spalletti...
it's the first time, apparently, a team has conceded 5 goals in the first half of a Champions League game.
Wow.
So there's a bit of history.
And when you consider all the... is that a knockout game or Champions League as a whole?
I've just seen the headline on the studio there.
Wow. That is absolutely mental, because if that's in the entirety of the Champions League,
when you think of the mismatches there's been over the years, before unless it's Champions League and not including European Cup,
maybe.
But even so, 5 in the first half is
remarkable.
It's a lot of goals.
Yeah, let's be honest.
And as I say, it could have been more.
Yeah, this was the
quite
mismatch
easily
of the half. Yeah, this was the mismatch on paper. I think everyone expected Newcastle to win. I was saying, we're a little bit more reserved here on the panel, but we shouldn't be based on this. The odds say we got the easiest tie. Newcastle are making it look that way, but you can't discredit how good we've been in that first half, because it feels a bit like the United game. The 8-0 where it was just a clear difference in quality on the day.
It kind of makes the fact that we lost a couple of points in the league that make up, because obviously if we'd got a couple more points, we wouldn't be facing Qarabag.
It's all part of the master plan.
I know, I haven't said that. If we got an extra couple of points, would have been through automatically. So
yeah, no, I get you. It's one of those. Like, I think if we'd gotten through automatically, let's be honest, this run of Villa, Spurs, Qarabag, 3 away wins, it's so good for your confidence and so good for your mentality. Let's be honest, it probably will end against Manchester City at the weekend, but 3 away wins, comfortable in quite a few of them. It's really, really nice to be on these kind of games rather than, the first ones I had, Bournemouth and Leeds, where we sat there at the end, finger biting, biting through the nails just in case they come back. I much prefer this.
I've always said, though, you cannot put a price on confidence.
Yeah.
And when the team's feeling good, getting a run of results, that's when these runs gather momentum and they just, you feel invincible.
Yeah.
And
I just think, like I said, momentum. I think momentum breeds a number of things. Confidence, and going away to tough grounds, likes of the Etihad. It's a tough task, but it's certainly a task that can be achieved when you've got the confidence that knowing, the last 3 away games have given you. You're not just also runs. The thing for me is it's the approach to games. And I have a feeling sometimes Newcastle just can be too tentative when they go into some of these tough battles. We've seen it even at home at St James's Park, where they are just a little bit too, I would say, easy, but I think they show too much respect. And I think that's what Eddie Howe, I know he's got a massive admiration towards Pep Guardiola, but he's got to start showing, the lads that the next step up is to become better, and that's not him as a manager.
Very poor record against the big boys, shall we say?
Yeah, that's what I said. We are just sometimes just too nice, and I think we just need a little bit of the nastiness, and that's not to be, to be misguided when I say that. I just think sometimes when you go in with that attitude that the result, I don't care. I'm just going to try, and I think that makes a massive difference.
Back at DJs and when I've seen people at work gradually gain confidence, and the difference in them is massive.
Absolutely.
That's
absolutely.
exactly right.
That's what I said.
Qarabag making a substitution, but it doesn't look like there is anything changed for Newcastle. It's Leandro Andrade off and Husinov on for the home side. So they've took off one of the big guns.
Yeah, indeed. And it's like I say, I'm sure.
Qarabag highlights to use the Benny Hill theme. I don't
know what was being said between Anthony Gordon now and Kieran Trippier, but Kieran Trippier wasn't having any support from any of the team. Yeah, cheers, Geordie. And we're right. Qarabag now kicking right to left as we look across this misty athletics track. Dan Byrne gets the head, and again the ball falls towards Willock, who gets a shoulder against, and he's allowed the ball to go down that right-hand side with Willock, whose first time ball in towards Anthony Gordon gets blocked. But again, there's a press from Newcastle, and again it just forces Qarabag to rush the clearance, and it comes straight back to a green shirt. And Malik Chow and Toon Army now just drops into the space between the two centre-backs, and again goes out to Lewis Hall. Again, Newcastle happy to take the time. And that's what I like to see. Toon Army just making them triangles. It just creates so much more of a problem to oppositions to know where to mark. You can't mark in straight lines. And that's what I want to see Newcastle do more.
I've just had a thought. Actually, we were talking before about the biggest score. And that, of course, we beat Royal Antwerp 5-0 with Rob Lee's hat-trick. I was there.
Yeah, well, that was the other one.
That was my son's first ever European away game.
Yeah, I say there's been a few of them where we've got 5, isn't it? We just need to go and get 6, and that'll be it.
Yeah, it looks likely as well. Let's be honest. I don't want to sound arrogant, but
the press, we got it.
Yeah, again, Malik, Newcastle, Anthony Gordon and Trippier there. Obviously coming to some handshake. Is a good ball out to Anthony Gordon, who digs the ball into Alanga, drives it across the box. And again, on the 6-yard box, it's hurriedly cleared up towards the halfway line. And again, Qarabag just trying to keep hold of it. They've done well there, Qarabag, to hold the ball up. And Zabir now brings the ball forward, deeper into the Newcastle half. They're going to get a nosebleed in a minute, Qarabag, if they keep going. But Lewis Hall does well to get that ball challenge. And it's gone out for a Newcastle throw-in at the end of the day. It was a really good challenge from Lewis Hall. From a glimmer of hope that Qarabag had down that right-hand side, Lewis Hall said, no, thank you. And we'll close that door off.
We've closed pretty much everyone they've attempted to open so far in this game, so I'm not sure they're too surprised. But they'll be looking at going to St. James's Park with dread, I would say, based on this first-half performance.
Again, Newcastle being more rushed into throwing the ball. And again, there's been Medina there just taking Alanga out onto the track that he belongs, I believe, on that left-hand side. The right-hand side. Left centre-back there, just giving Alanga a bit of a shoulder push. But Alanga still hasn't come onto the field of play yet, I don't think.
Oh, I don't think he's going to get up from that.
He's like I say, he's been pushed off onto the gravelly surface. It looks like he's got
never at fallen at speed on a proper athletics track, but I bet it's not good.
No, and they have done the gentlemanly thing, but I mean, he's off the track. He's off the field of play, so I don't know why they've kicked that ball out. It doesn't make it.
He's up.
Yeah, he's up, but he's back on the field of play. But I mean, like I say, he was shoved, and then he lost his footing. Yeah, he lost his footing on that. Really wet parts, that surface that, like I said, looks as though there's lots of water lying on the surface there.
Yeah, that'll have ripped the skin off something rotten.
Yeah. He'd have had a knee burned on that stuff, like a carpet burn. But even worse. A ball headed towards the midfield.
Knee burn, I bet that is a burn.
Ball with Qarabag as we speak. And again, Medina on the halfway line, just trying to increase the tempo for the black shirts of Qarabag. But again, the Newcastle half press just sends them backwards. And again, there you go. And they've lost the ball again through Medina. And again, it's brushed forward to try and get in and behind them. But again, it just didn't quite fall in that time to a green shirt. And again, Qarabag allowed to come back at Newcastle now, again, creating a little bit of momentum. They haven't quite thrown the towel in yet, Qarabag. Ball into the box, but again, far too easy for Popey. And again, what we wanted Popey to do now, instead of just throwing it back to the Qarabag shirts, just get hold of it. You know, we've got the skill levels. We've seen that to play around these boys. We don't need these throwers that aren't directed in the right positions to give the balls back. I mean, that's an amazing stat, that isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
91%. Yeah. 91% pass accuracy.
Yeah, what was more amazing for me that we've only made 185 passes and they've made 167.
Yeah. Ball now with Anthony Gordon and Tonali. Alanga's touch then out to Anthony Gordon was really poor, who seems to be hugging more this right touchline in the start of the second half. Again, a hurried clearance from Qarabag, taken down from the gods, beautifully from Malik Chow there. And again, Alanga's presence just pushing Qarabag right deep into their own half. And it's Anthony Gordon again putting pressure on Medina, who can only kick the ball out of play. Again, it's lovely football, this, you know, from the lads in green.
Excellent.
It really is. And again, you know, you're forcing mistakes that probably always in the locker. And again, I saw a much better performance from these boys against Chelsea. And like I say, the difference with the Chelsea mentality them days, I think, was literally, let's just turn up and play football and we'll beat these boys. And they couldn't do it.
What a ball.
That's a great ball from Trippier to Alanga. Again, Alanga just trying to force the ball forward into Willock. And again, Willock left his foot in there. And because the player hobbled towards the touchline, he was allowed to have that ball. And now you'll see him running perfectly well after he's got the free kick.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest margin of victory for those asking in the chat in the knockouts is 8-0, where Real Madrid beat Sevilla in 1957-58, back when it was the old European.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, but the biggest margin of victory in Champions League whatsoever is 11-0. Dynamo Bucharesti beat Crusaders of, I believe, Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, yeah.
Oh, lovely Voltemora.
Oh, that's a lovely turn, Voltemora. And again, gets a bit of a clip on the heel there, and he's fouled. Voltemora trying to go through there. Again, not really having a lot of luck.
Skills.
But just looking around to see what's happening here. Tonali says to Trippier, I'll take this simple boy, and gives it to Dan Burn. Dan Burn gives it back to Trippier. Again, just try closing that space. How do you find a formation here when we've got the ball? It's phenomenal how many players are actually forward. We've got so many outs. It's unreal. Trippier, again, picking the ball up from Tonali, goes over the top towards Anthony Gordon, but it's forced, again, clear, comes back to Trippier. Now Malik Chow, Tonali, again, with the outside of his foot, finds Alanga. Alanga comes inside this time, driving towards the penalty box. Tries a little bit of a give and go there between Anthony Gordon. And again, the referee being very kind to Qarabag.
Still won it back with a press there.
And
we won it back quite nicely, and he's gave the free kick. It's, to be honest, as you say, Gary, very, very soft.
I mean, like I said, again, I don't like some over elaboration with football. And like I say, Anthony Gordon's confidence is sky high now. He's got his 4 goals, which is great. But again, don't try and the superb. There's a chance here. There's right behind Qarabag into the box. Dan Burn getting back, but he does well. Dan Burn to shepherd that ball out, and he's thrown it towards a corner kick. I didn't think Dan Burn got much on that, to be fair. And again, there was the only opportunity there where we lost our momentum a little bit, our shape. Ooh. And they played a ball behind us for the first time. Now Qarabag from the corner, play it short, and they're starting to play a little bit of footballing around. And there's a chance here.
It's in.
Goal. It's in.
It's deflected.
It's offside.
They are offside, but again, we have been a bit sloppy, haven't we?
That was sloppy. I will say that looked terrible from Nick Pope. It looks like the ball went through him, but I will have to see it again because we'll see if it is offside. I mean, it was given, which means it's semi-automated, isn't it? So should be.
Let's have a look at where Jeddah Kefiou goes. He goes too early.
Yeah,
and he's offside there. Look.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's a good ball. He fires it. Oh yeah, that's terrible from Pope. It is really terrible from Pope, to be fair. He goes straight through. He goes in off his arm, actually.
All right.
Yeah, he tries to swipe at it, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
Terrible.
Really poor. They are having a quick check of this, to be fair. Because it was a bit closer than we first thought.
He's sure that's definitely offside.
But it did look from the angle that we saw that he was offside. So
yeah, where's the automation? Could they not get it in the back of
we saw it with the first goal. It just
stuck on the plane.
It's obviously takes a little bit longer for the batteries to warm up.
It's given.
It's given.
What? Okay.
No way.
Wow.
He looked miles off to me. But Qarabag have a goal and Baku erupts.
What the heck? Like I said, I do think there's an element of total unluck. I mean, you watch this here. He looks miles offside to me. But I don't know what Pope was doing there, to be fair.
Yeah, to be honest, it's. I wanted to stay so Nick Pope can get the bit of flack because that was terrible.
What was he doing there? I mean, what did you think? Nick Pope just thought he was offside and didn't actually go for it.
I wouldn't
think he fell asleep.
The funny thing there was as well, he hit it with his left foot as though it was going across goal.
And I mean, like I say, you've got. I'm just trying to look at replays, guys, just to see where we are. But like I said, I've seen a couple of different camera angles now, and I can't see where he was onside, if I'm honest with you. Anyway, well, we are now 1-5 in favour of Newcastle, and it's with Malik Chow. Right-hand side now to Trippier. Again, he's putting himself right up the field of play. He plays the ball square inside to Tonali, who again gets it up to Elanga. And again, Elanga not really getting the ball under control with any comfort. Trippier, Tonali. Qarabag just obviously trying to limit the amount of goals they concede. Harvey Barnes drops the ball back. Lewis Hall, again, gets a tap on the shin. And it's another free kick for Newcastle.
I don't like him doing that, in that position. He's got a simple ball just to play back, and he tries to do the Bruno.
Colton Connor saying he was way offside. He was in Great Yarmouth at the time, which was probably close, mate, to be fair.
Yeah, we haven't seen the replay or anything VAR-wise.
The Qarabag fans are happy. They've all got their phones out, giving it that concert candle kind of look like.
Yeah, there's a lot of empty spaces still, though, isn't there, in this stadium?
Yeah, and it was fuller than that at the start.
The ball on the diagonal. It's a great ball again from Malik Chow on the diagonal to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes coming on the inside, gets himself half a yard of space, plays it into Tonali. Tonali dinks the ball to the back stick towards Trippier, who'd made a great ball vision over the top of his head from Elanga. Headed clear, but only to Harvey Barnes, who hits it, and it's only come off a Qarabag defender. But it's fallen back to a green shirt in Newcastle, and Tonali brings it all the way back to Malik Chow. Again, Tonali being the orchestrator, keeping the ball in possession of the green shirts in Newcastle, rather than just trying to blast it from all of 40 yards. Willock, again, had a bit of a quiet game for me, Willock.
Yeah.
Trippier, Elanga, again, 5-yard passes for Newcastle, with no real press from the black shirts of Qarabag. Willock trying to reverse the ball round the corner for Anthony Gordon. Deflection comes back to Tonali. Burn. Again goes square to Chow. All of the Newcastle, apart from Pope, in the half of Qarabag. Yeah, it's too easy there.
It was a hospital ball to Elanga, to be fair, but he loses it again.
Far too easy down this right-hand side at times, though, for Elanga to do something with. And again, he just, under pressure, just seems to struggle to do anything rather than play the ball simple and then turn and try and try and put himself in the half space and get the reply back, get a pass back. He doesn't. He stands still. Once he's passed the ball, he stands still. He just needs to get moving a little bit more for me. Little back.
What is going on?
Trippier. Yeah, that's lax, mate. To be fair, we have come out with that mentality in the second half.
Looks good.
Ball nudge forward, but again, that's from Lewis Hall. It's only come to a black shirt, and there's a shot, and it's saved by Pope. All of 30 yards, that shot come out of nowhere, to be fair, from Montiel. But he didn't really stretch Pope. But again, we have gone a bit lax mentally wise.
Genuinely, I think Qarabag are getting the next goal here based off this. Because we've not come out in the second half at all, and I know it was effectively job done, but you can't play like that.
No, it's been sloppy, I must admit. No urgency in this second half, if I'm honest with you. And maybe that has been something that, as you talk about being lost in translation. When the gaffer says, play the ball now, let them run. Just try and, conserve energy and don't just go chasing everything. We've come out with a different mindset, if I'm honest with you. But Lewis Hall does have the ball up his jersey at the minute. He's hiding it. For this long throw for Newcastle.
I'm still, listen, at 5-1, I'm still saying, half an hour to go, let's make some changes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Even if it's just to avoid maybe he's getting an injury that we don't need, that's a free kick.
We'll put it this way, how can't be happy with what he's seeing? And if you're not happy with what you're seeing, the attitude seems to be a bit of the issue, to be honest. The players think it's done. Bring on players who are by no means ever going to have that attitude.
Yeah,
hungry, exactly. So what it's going to show here. Okay, apparently he's on.
Voltemada playing him on, by the looks of that. Perfectly timed one.
Didn't look like it at the time, but I mean,
he's sure they're in front as well. This funny old line that.
Yeah, it certainly was. It didn't look anywhere near that, to be fair. Ball comes in and there's a chance. Oh, just too much on it that time from Voltemada. Just gets his head over the bar. Again, just needed a little bit less on the ball. Does everything right, to be fair. Gets himself in between the two defenders. Keeper comes nowhere near the ball, to be fair. But again, just puts too much on it. And it goes over the bar for a goal kick to Qarabag.
Yeah, slightly concerning, but Newcastle, I think that goal's going to wake us up a little bit. We certainly had a good chance there. Their keeper's now special. Good at making saves, but I think you put him under pressure. We saw from the corners earlier as well. Not fantastic.
Exactly. Pope goes long. Again, it's headed clear by Qarabag. Voltemada picks up the loose change. Gives it to Tonali. Again, Tonali just dropping into that half zone. Feeds into Trippier. Again, staying high up the field. Trippier, again, stopping. Because Alanga goes offside a lot, doesn't he? And he stops that pass. And again, it's a poor pass to Willock from Alanga. He's done well to block it, but again, it's just poor play. Dan Burn with the head forward, but again, it's fallen to a Qarabag player. Dan Burn again gets his toe to it, and this time Willock gets his foot to it. But again, the Qarabag player stays down. There's a ball again from Trippier trying to switch play there, and it's picked up by Qarabag. And again, Qarabag are trying to say to the referee, "Stop the game." He's back on his feet, guys. Carry on. He was always getting back to his feet. Come on.
I didn't think the ball went out.
That's terrible, to be honest. I don't know if that's what they play in Azerbaijan, but going down like that, you don't get the foul. You don't just play it out and go, yeah, we'll want play to stop.
Yeah, ball to Duran, who's got himself a little bit of space in the middle of the park there. But again, the Newcastle green shirts and Shape getting behind. Ball back to the halfway line with Medina for Qarabag. Again, Jankovic just trying to get the ball drilled down that line. But it's Trippier who gets a foot to it. And there's changes awry. Ramsey and Murphy coming on for Newcastle.
I kind of get it, but you want to see the youngsters, don't you?
Well, I think there's too many risks now for me on 65 minutes. Good ball there from Montiel around the bolt, plays the ball inside again it's a good chance. Oh, just goes wide from a deflection there from Bacana. Gets deflected for a corner. Again, Newcastle sit it off. Not as tight as they were in the first half. Again, goes short from the corner. Qarabag. The ball on the corner of the box with Jankovic at the minute. Again, Trippier just standing off him. Tonali, again, on this left-hand side or the right-back situation now, trying to block that outside run. Ball is left for an opportunity on the edge of the box now, and Newcastle with Willock are able just to break forward. Willock now gets shouldered, but again, shoulders just... Referees now stop play on the halfway line in the centre circle. Two players come together. Willock, I don't know who it is for Qarabag, I think it's Silva, who's gone down. I mean, I don't know why. Willock was just trying to keep running and the ball just literally falls on his back, and Willock, I say, he's made of glass at times, Willock.
Yeah, it's the landing, isn't it? It's just landed
falls
a bit
on his
hard.
buttock.
I don't know what I'm saying though. Like, Qarabag looked the better team in the second half, and you really, at this point, I know, they're not going to get 5 against us, but they get 2. You sit there and go, you can't really bet against it in this half because they've kind of deserved it. Newcastle first half played them off the park, but the attitude. Maybe it's relating to Trippier and Gordon's little fallout over the penalty, whatever. But it's whatever it is, it ain't good enough. I know you're 5-0 up, but
you're right. It ain't good enough. But I mean, that's something that should have been nullified in the dressing room at half time.
I know it ain't good enough.
Second half isn't.
It's not as
first half. Brilliant.
We've still been.
It's about management now, isn't it? That's the thing. You've got to think of how you manage the game. And like I said, for me, there has been a lot of you can see there was unrest.
I don't think that's necessarily to do with that knock. I think
Ramsey's come on now. I think he's seeing them getting through our midfield a bit too easy. So they're just making a bit more of a block, and a Langer for Murphy, which again,
Asula
for Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon won't be getting a 5th or a 6th today. But we'll see. Asula come on and maybe get. Did he score against Union Saint-Gilloise? I think he did, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so he could get his second.
There you go. A bit of love there between Trippier and Anthony Gordon. So it looks like it was all nullified at half time, which was good to see. The lads just making up there.
And made up.
Yeah, which is great. And that's what I said. I just think this is, like I say, that lost in translation thing where you say, just maintain what you're doing, let the ball do the work, keep the press on when you need to, but keep it tight. And we've just come out with that we've already done the job, and that's not the way you need to be.
I do prefer Asula with his blonde haircut, by the way.
And I do, because I can recognise him.
If for no other reason than he's easier to identify.
Yeah, Medina just gets it clear to the halfway line. But again, Duran not able to keep the ball under control. Totally isolated, to be fair. And the ball, again, with Tonali, who drops into that half space with Dan Burn. And he's just told Dan Burn to stay in midfield. And Trippier's lost the ball. Tonali's lost the ball here, to be fair. He told Dan Burn to get back and stay on the halfway line, so he's got a ball out. Dan Burn there, get himself back in position and head that ball.
From Hall, though, to Tonali.
It was.
But it was crazy why would you do that, though, from Tonali? It was, he put himself under a bad situation. He could have gone back to Nick Pope when he was under press there. And he's tried to put it right to the player. And then the player's just put himself in front of the Tonali, so he's got body in front of ball and player. It was a risk that, luckily for Newcastle, They took. And they didn't get punished. But I mean, let's do the set piece first before I say any more, because commentators curse and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing on Jacob Ramsey. Think it'll give us a bit more control in the middle of that park, but yeah, we certainly didn't see it there. Just seem a little panicky on the ball, and you should never be like that when you're in the position Newcastle are.
Qarabag are doing neat stuff around the short corner work, I must admit. And again, now we've got a ball trying to be forced forward by Newcastle, and it's just been pumped straight back at us, but that's gone out of play for a throw into Newcastle. Zabur really not able to do anything at the minute. Pope, picks the ball up and gives it to Dan Burn, who again feeds the ball into Voltamado, who does really well on the turn out to Trippier, again looking to get the ball into feet, but there was nobody to pass to, so he's gone back to Malik Chow. Malik Chow now goes square to Dan Burn. Dan Burn with acres of room to play out to the left side with Lewis Hall. Harvey Barnes just drops into that space in between the inside lines to get the ball up. And again, now Lewis Hall able to run on that diagonal into the centre of midfield, gives it out to Trippier. Trippier now picking the ball up, and first real touch for Murphy. And again, it's just Newcastle keeping hold of the ball and trying to bring Qarabag onto them. And Qarabag is...
I'm all for that.
Yeah, but playing more of a 4-3-3 now.
Know, who's going to do Anthony Gordon's running and pressing up front?
You got to hope Basula can do it, don't you?
Yeah, you do. I mean, like I said, these are the type of games where if you play like you did in the first half, you should be able to go on and get goals. It's got goals written all over it if you allow yourself that space and the opportunism.
Yeah, a lot more relaxed here, just playing it around the back. I don't mind it when, Qarabag, let's be honest, they want to score the next one, as do we, obviously, but more than happy with us playing like this.
Jacob Ramsey with his first touch, same as Murphy earlier. Harvey Barnes with a delicate jink out to Murphy. Tonight, Trippier goes on the outside. Murphy comes on the inside with the ball. Murphy with a chance of a shot. It's a goal! 6-1 to Newcastle. Murphy gets a bit of a lucky deflection, to be fair. Beats the keeper, but it's a goal.
Yeah, good little run from him as well to lose his man. Cut inside. Has all the time in the world. Curls it. Might have gone in even without the deflection. It looked like a decent effort. And it deflects beyond the keeper.
Yeah, deflects off the head, like I say, and he's struck well with his left foot, to be fair.
He has.
Murphy. Trippier does well to stay out and make that outside run. And then it was just literally hammered in towards that far bin. And the slight deflection wrung foots the keeper totally. And the ball has gone flying into the centre of the goal.
It's going to go down as a Murphy goal.
Yeah.
First in the Champions League.
Instant effect there.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally wrong foot to the keeper. That slight deflection there.
Oh, we'll take it. I think it was one that we needed. Given Qarabag got the last one, didn't start the second half great. That goal should sort of calm things down again. But we were a bit calmer on the ball in that passage of play, so...
That's exactly right. And I think that was the nice thing about that build-up. It was the fact that Newcastle were able to keep the ball under control a bit. But, I mean, Qarabag is straight back out and say, look, on the edge with Durant, trying to feed the ball into that right-hand side. And again, with a 3 up front now, Qarabag, they're trying to push Newcastle back a little bit. And it's, again, hastily forced out of play by Gordon, who, again, the dominance of Newcastle in that front space with Anthony Gordon going now, Voltamada doing well, Harvey Barnes then going narrow as well there. It was really well worked that, because again, Newcastle under a bit of press from Qarabag. All of a sudden now, Qarabag, knowing that they can't play the type of football that Newcastle are playing, withdraw to the halfway line and allow Newcastle to have the ball. And again, it's just keep ball for Newcastle. Oh, ole time.
And that's this is what I want to see now.
Yeah, just calm, keep on it.
Easy balls all the time.
Oh, good pass
Great
by
ball that
Ramsey.
is from
Not an
Ramsey.
easy one.
Murphy now into the box, but again, not enough green shirts that time to aim at. He goes low, but he should have gone high there, if I'm honest with you, towards the back stick. A big J7 now
coming on.
Yeah, this is one that I would want to see. Even if we weren't to bring on the youngsters, you want to see J7 back on the pitch, get him a bit of match sharpness.
Indeed, I think he will be used at Etihad.
No doubt he'll be on for 5 minutes before he clatters someone in a Qarabag shirt.
Again, Qarabag now just trying to build some momentum, and then on that right hand side with it's a poor ball into the box though, and again Newcastle pick up that ball, and Dan Burn sees the opportunity to feed Trippier on left to right diagonal. Ramsey now gets the ball out of his feet again, just
you've got
taking his time, feeds it into Voltemada on the halfway line. Again, Voltemada just keeping hold of the ball and brings it back to Dan Burn. Malik Chow again now. Newcastle seem to be in the dominance again all of a sudden.
We've took a time to actually get a foot on the ball and start passing it around, and it's what we wanted to see. It's a little bit more calm. The substitutions have worked, so fair play.
Yeah,
would like to see Hall given a rest though.
Yeah, me too. I think Hall and Trippier I'd like to have, as they're the only ones. Well, I suppose with the Rolls Royce in the garage, we could also say that we haven't really got any defenders left, have we?
True.
And Duran there gets a bit of a clothesline from Malik Chow, and it's a yellow card from Malik Chow there. It was a bit high with his arm around the neck of Duran. And he's not available for the return leg, so he's suspended for the next match, which probably is the
best time to do it.
Best, I'm going to say, yeah. Now you're 5 goals to the good.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of thing Mourinho would have done, of just gone, get yourself a little yellow card there and just be tactical. I know that wasn't the case, obviously, but it's the kind of thing you see in these games, isn't it? Trippier coming off.
Trippier for Joe Linton.
Malik Chow going right back. Tonali centre back then, I guess.
That's it. That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Toe at the back.
What is going on here? It's Jacob Murphy now is right back.
Murphy will go
okay, right, yes. I forgot he was on the pitch, to be honest. Even though he's
Harvey
just
Barnes
scored.
has gone right side of midfield, and J7 is obviously going marauding down that left-hand side. J7 with his first touch, fired in towards Tonali, who, again, too close for that type of pass, and it gives it straight back to Qarabag. And again, Tonali gets a bit of a tap on the heel of the Qarabag player there, and it's a free kick to Qarabag. Don't think there was much in that either, to be fair.
No, I thought it was the coming in from J7 where it was given, to be fair, but no, because it seemed like he jumped into it a little bit, but there's showing the Murphy goal there. There's nothing much you can do about it. But that'll do. Hopefully that does his confidence a world of good, because he's looked like he's needed something like that the last few times he's played, doesn't he? He hasn't looked the Jacob Murphy we saw last season, which I know was a purple patch, but it's good to see him back in the goals again. It's a nice sort of feeling.
Yeah, exactly. A ball into the box again towards Tonali and Medina, but Medina is shepherded out quite comfortably by Tonali there, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle. 78 minutes gone. Newcastle 6-1 up in Azerbaijan.
This is the best trip I've ever been on. Chant the Newcastle fans. And I don't think they'll see many 6-1s away from home in the Champions League. Yeah, exactly. They'll probably see another one next week if they come to the home leg.
Yeah, exactly. A ball out from Voltemada there to Murphy now, playing right back, who gets the opportunity to go on a run, plays it back to Ramsey. Ramsey drops it back to Tonali. Again, just able to get the ball out of his feet and look for that space, but it's too heavy on that one for Murphy to try and get in behind. The right idea, just wrong execution. Just a goal kick now to Qarabag. Has Sula touched the ball yet, lads?
I don't think so, if I'm completely honest.
Just when you knocked it out into touch when you went over the, over the byline.
So not a good one.
Poor lad. Can you believe Sova score?
Asula 10.
Anthony Gordon 10.
Fair.
I don't think I've ever seen a 10.
No, I don't think I have either.
Well, if you get 4, you get 10. You get a hat trick, you get 10. Ball again, well done from Hall. Again, trying to force the ball forward towards Asula. But again, big Voltamada gets a tap on the ankles there from a Qarabag player, and he falls to the floor. So it's a free kick to Newcastle. Ball down that right-hand side for J7, who brings it back to Hall and all the way back to Dan Byrne. Plays the ball inside to J7 again. Good ball into Ramsey. Ramsey gets it out of his feet. And Harvey Barnes now down this right-hand side. Gets it. Oh, he gets a bit lucky there, Harvey Barnes. In the box, trying to get it out of his feet. Again, delayed the pass. And Newcastle, again, give the ball back to Qarabag. And Jankovic out to that right-hand side now for Montiel. Again, it's a poor ball forward from Qarabag, and it's easy for Newcastle to take that. Distance travelled during the game. There you go. 91 kilometres for Newcastle, 84 for Qarabag. So again, they've done well.
Shows the hard work in that first half, doesn't it? I think I wouldn't be surprised if most of that was first half and we were playing with that press, because I'd like to say very few teams in the Premier League could handle that press as well as we did it in the first half. Obviously, there's a few that could, but at Qarabag's level, they've probably never come up against something like that.
No, you're right. It wasn't just the press; it was the fact that the whole team was pressing. Oh,
yeah. Two-man, excellent.
Just gives the ball back to Qarabag, and they've got a chance now, Qarabag, to Zabir with this left-hand side. Again, faced up by Murphy. Stops the track so far, but he plays it centrally. And again, it's a wild effort.
Wild.
From Jankovic, who, it's like John Smith's advert that was. Have it.
Have it.
Yeah, any momentum they picked up from that goal, firmly gone now. And we can say conceded was a mistake by Nick Pope, but Newcastle have reacted well since making the changes. Would like to see a few more goals in the second half, though.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, I would like to see Hall taken now, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
In the return leg, I mean, obviously we're expecting Botman to be back fit. Or would you risk Alex Murphy?
Yeah, I would. You're 6-1 up, taking the game to St. James's Park. I'd be playing a lot out, to be honest. I can't remember who we played beforehand. But I wouldn't be. I'd like to see we make 8-9 changes.
Yeah,
if we can.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see these guys have got some football ability. It's not as if they don't know how to play. It's a good ball from Qarabag there, switching the ball onto the halfway line again down that right hand side now. In Montiel, ball feeded towards the back stick, and it's headed to the edge of the box by Malik Chow. Ramsey again. Just feeding it back, but the ball's come all the way forward to the halfway line, and Newcastle on the retreat a little bit, and Qarabag have picked the ball up. It is the 84th minute, and Newcastle at walking pace at the minute, and just allowing Qarabag to have the ball. They're happy with 6, obviously, not really pushing for the 7th. And I'm looking at Asula in the middle of the park there. Have you looked at his body language? Asula, sometimes when I look at him, he certainly doesn't look like a young lad. He looks like an old man there, puffing like Billy-O, like he's got an asthma attack. I do wonder what he's trying to do there, because when he had the chance to do something on the edge of the box, didn't always give himself a lot of opportunity, does he, Asula? Seems to always run down.
Well done, Lewis Hall.
Lewis Hall down that left-hand side does superbly well.
Done.
And he's lost it.
Oh, shit.
He's lost it, yeah. I mean, he come out of that. He come out of that defensive left back position superbly well there. I mean, it's just gliding past players. Look at that.
No.
He sat 2 down on his bottom, and unfortunately, just pushed the ball away from himself, and he lost the ball. It's a throw in, and there's a change for Qarabag. 2 players on, 2 players off. Cady is one for Montiel, and Zubair, who's done nothing. And Adai is coming on. Cady and Adai. Sounds like a good solicitors.
And to be fair, I do have to say, going into this game, I was happy. I would have been happy with any sort of win to take back to St. James's. So the fact that the tie is effectively dead and buried, credit does have to go to the lads, because I don't think anyone expected. Well, I certainly didn't expect this. I know a few people put it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they were shell shocked with the way we started. To be fair, and they just couldn't handle it. We put them under so much pressure. We're just showing the dominance, but again, it's that usual first half to second half display that we often see, where controlling the tempo of the game drops off, and you do expect that, but you expect a little bit more decisive football, where they have to now come and try and attack you. They're leaving space behind. I mean, they've got 4 players up the top of the field here, and Newcastle are just dropping further and further, into a deeper zone, allowing them to have the ball. And again, these late runs, look, Carno's just come on there, and that's going to be a corner kick, I think. And somebody's asking for a handball there against Toon Army. The referee's pointed to the corner.
No, he's saying it's not hit the arm. It did. It has.
Yeah, but it's deflected up onto the hand.
Now the Champions League, they'd probably still end up giving it. It is a corner, but the Champions League rules on handball are mental.
Corner comes in. It's a good corner. And again, it's there was a chance of a header there. And again, they've got another chance here. Ooh! Flies just wide of the right-hand post of Pope, and he was looking at that, watching that one go by. I don't think he would have got anywhere near that one, to be fair, if it was on target.
No, absolutely not. If it's on target, it looks like it's heading for the corner. But
it does.
You do just have to say, sort of at this point, somehow give Lewis Hall a rest.
Yeah.
If we're just going to sit back for the next 5-10 minutes, Alex Murphy's not going to do any worse, is it? It's only if we're going to try and get... Oh, never mind. Sean Neve's on.
Yeah, Sean Neve has just come on. There you go.
And he came on for Harvey Barnes.
So it looks like Harvey... Well, is Asula now going to the right-hand side, which is where I want to see him, to be fair. He looks more involved in the game when he's out on this right-hand side. Chow now picks the ball up and he gives it back to Byrne, who goes all the way back to Pope, again with a press from the black shirts of Qarabag. Murphy plays the ball inside. It's a good ball, actually, to Tonali. Back with Murphy on the halfway line. Goes out to the right-hand side. Yep. Yeah, the Sula's come out onto the right-hand side. He dances past one, plays the ball up towards Murphy, who gets a
free
chance to put the ball into the box. Gentlemen, can you just take over for a second? I've just got... Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So, little dancing feet there from Will Asula.
Yeah, well done. Nicely.
Yeah, it's actually really good play there from Asula. Him and Murphy as a right side is not something I ever thought I'd see, to be honest. But Duran is off for Qarabag as well, and Gerben Ali is on for them. But little free kick here for Newcastle, potentially a Sean Neve to get on the end of it, young lad. But any of them will be looking for another Champions League goal, so we'll see what they can do. It's played in. It's a good chance. It's in. Oh, what a save! Absolutely fantastic save from the goalkeeper. Whipped over again, headed and wide.
Wide by Walter.
Yeah, Newcastle doing really well there from the set piece.
Brilliantly there.
Yeah, I'm just seeing who got on the first ball. It's Dan Byrne getting the first ball shot. It's Will Asula actually who reacts to it. Well, it's right next to him. Keeper makes a brilliant save. Asula tries to tap it home. He should be doing better, really, getting a bit better of a contact on it. But goalkeeper's done well, not for the first time in this game. Claws it away, and it's still only 6-1.
And then Sean Neve does really well to get that ball.
Yeah, to get it back. Newcastle still showing we do want a 7th. We're still a little bit of a press here, actually. Goalkeeper played it out the right-hand side. Newcastle pressed. Qarabag got lucky with the interception, but Qarabag back on the ball here, going to look to play it through midfield. Adil here plays it out wide. Just a little bit of a slower build-up here than what we're seeing from Qarabag, but the good press there from Newcastle, and they've won it back, although Toon Army has lost out in about...
Yeah.
It's pretty much basketball. We'll give it to you, and we'll get it back 2 seconds later. But nice little turn there from Ramsey in the midfield, and Newcastle going to just hold on to it a little bit. Oh, play it down the line, actually. Sean Neve running at the defence. And it's a throw-in for Newcastle. Neve does well.
Well done, Sean Neve. Yeah.
Again.
Excellent. Apologies. We're into 3 minutes now of injury time. I just heard my little one start to cry, and I wondered what was going on. So thank you for taking over. She just bumped herself as she come up the stairs, slipped and hurt her knee. I mean, it has been an interesting one. I mean, it was a really decent header, if I'm honest with you, from Malik Chow. It looks so dangerous all of a sudden from set plays, and we seem to really struggle at times from set plays, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a time at the start of the season, I don't think Martin Mark had really managed to make his mark on the side, should we say. But we look so much better now, and to be honest, it's starting to look like from set players like we were expecting to be.
They're in the league now.
Yeah, exactly.
Ball goes out onto that right-hand side for Qarabag to try and get the ball forward. It's on the halfway line again, given back to Newcastle. And again, Newcastle happy to keep hold of the ball. I must admit, though, I'm looking at Lewis Hall, and he does look absolutely exhausted when he picked that ball up there, and he's getting himself back up to a zone. He just doesn't want to go any further forward. He doesn't want to go any further back. But Malik Chow sees the run of J7. J7 gets bumped off the ball. It's not something you see very often.
No, not at all.
But he was offside.
Anyway.
Good pass. Great pass from Malik Chow, though. To just pick him out
pass
onto the chest of Joe Linton.
I mean, I must admit, he's got that Shaw ability, hasn't he? Like I say, I think he's probably more dangerous than Shaw. Because Shaw goes on the diagonal. He does seem to go over the top at times as well. Toon Army there with lovely control, bringing the ball down from that clearance from Qarabag. Again, straight back into possession, Newcastle. 1 more minute to go. And again, this is job done over in Azerbaijan, you can say. Up the ball for Murphy. And again, Asula down the right-hand side. Just behind Sean Neve. Just behind him. And again, that would have been absolutely beautiful for Sean Neve's approach to the game.
Asula did well as well. It was
he did excellent.
Ball.
Yeah. That's what I said. Asula looks a different animal down the right-hand side.
Yeah, good defending.
Great ball from Murphy.
Yeah,
and
Murphy
again, he's just
ran
behind
with the ball, played it at the right time. Great cross. Unmarked.
Yeah, I mean, again, is that naivety from Neve going too close to the keeper on the 6-yard line? It's something he's probably got to learn, is to watch where the ball. But again, momentum with the game, when you're running, you're just trying to get into the right zones, aren't you?
And Qarabag,
yeah, absolutely. You take this kind of game, the one thing you want is to get a goal, and you can almost be a bit too eager at times.
Go, Gadget.
Well done, Voltamada there. Excellent work. And there you go. It's all over, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Newcastle have won over in Azerbaijan 6-1. Like I say, for me, it was the first half performance that was the killer for the Azerbaijanis. They couldn't handle Newcastle in the first half. It's finished 1-1 in the second half, believe it or not. That's something I would never thought if you watch the first half. What's your thoughts, gentlemen? I mean, it's really good. I mean, great result. I mean, a lot less of a challenge than I thought it was going to be. Like I say, I've seen a number of teams go there and struggle. But Newcastle, very professional tonight.
Yeah, the result's absolutely fantastic. Let's be honest. I mean, as I say, I was hoping we'd come away with a win, just to make the tie at St James's a little bit more comfortable. We've done more than that. We've come away with an absolute smashing performance in that first half. 5-0 half time, 6-1 full time. So you can argue second half wasn't great, but at the end of the day, we did what we needed to do. We got it done in the first half. If we did relax a little bit in the second, which it did look like, maybe it's just giving the players a little bit more of a rest. Sean Neve came on as well. Great. For 3 away wins on the bounce. City next. Let's go do them.
Yeah, let's go do it. Indeed. Yeah, the hat-trick of away wins. It's nice to see Anthony Gordon just talking to Sean Neve there at the final whistle. Just explaining to him maybe what we saw during that opportunity that came his way from the pass from Asula. Again, isn't it different when you watch Asula out on that right-hand side or inside right position than when you have him up front? Totally non-existent in the forward line. But when he comes out to the right-hand side, he develops himself into the right space. He gets himself running in behind and puts a different attention to himself against defenders. And that's something, like I say, for me, you have to be aware of. I need to talk to guys. We are going to be going over at some point to the lads coming on with the post-match analysis. Maybe a little bit different tonight because obviously usually we get the phone in, but Chris unfortunately is stuck at work, and we are literally having people just jumping in to support us. So there will be not a phone in, but you obviously can have your say in the chat about what you've seen tonight. And like I say, for me, excellent performance first half. Got the job done, if you like. Wasn't happy with what I saw coming off the field. I think that could have completely swung the mentality in a different way, if you like, with Trippier not happy, with Anthony Gordon taking his 4th goal with the penalty where he'd already got the hat-trick. Could he have given it to Voltemada? Maybe, all of the news that we hear going round the social media groups about the unhappiness, if you like, of Voltemada. Is that just the case of Trippier being the leader and saying, let's try and appease some of that unrest?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. The leadership group, Trippier is a big part of that now. There is a gap left by Jamal Lascelles. So, Bruno's in Brazil, Lascelles is gone. Trippier is one of those players that needs to step up in that leadership team, and whether he thinks he was doing that after the penalty, who really knows? But it looks like it was resolved. Didn't look like it's impacted us that much. And to be honest, if it's going to happen, I'd rather it happened when we're 5-0 up, 4-0 up, let's say, away in the Champions League against Qarabag. They've got a nice long flight home to talk about it.
I'm just going to jump into the reaction studio. Lad.
Yeah, we are going to go. Like I say, the lads are waiting now. I believe there is going to be a caller situation coming in, so throw yourselves over to the next live event, which is coming your way now. Boki, I think he's going to be leading it with the mighty win, and I think Tina is going to be on there as well. And there is going to be a phone line, so please feel free to get yourselves involved out there in Viewerland and have your say. It's been an interesting match, mate, to be fair. Loved every minute of it. Thank you, as always, for your company during this commentary. It's great to have you, and Mighty Win, obviously. And thank you also to the lads out there in Viewerland to give us some reports back. And again, thank you to Wazza, Random, Kronos, Gav, Ian Fleming, and Geordie Dan for your contributions to the channel. It all helps us go forward. Finished here. Qarabag 1, Newcastle 6. Done. Job's done. Excellent. Into the last 16 we go. Take care. See you on the next one. Thanks, Michael.
Cheers.